Chapter 1785. The cloaked girl, who had disappeared for almost a day, came back. As soon as she came back, she talked to the wall in front of them in a daze. At this moment, she wanted to dig a hole and hide in it, but since this was someone else's house, she didn't have the nerve to do so. Nanhang saw that the atmosphere was tense. Well, not too tense. Anyway, they were about to talk about something serious. Once he heard this, his life would definitely be passively tormented, so he quickly slipped out of here. The cloaked girl saw Nanhang running away in fear and was so anxious that she wanted to reach out and pull him back. "So what did you find?" Hearing Huey's words, the girl in the cloak responded with an "oh." The anxiety on her face was replaced by joy and pride. She bounced onto the sofa and placed a black stone on the table. It was a stone the size of a palm that could be seen in the courtyard or by the river. Her proud expression made them try their best to hold back their laughter. A stone! It was that thing. "Look what I found!" Not paying attention to the expressions of the four people in the hall, the cloaked girl hummed and shook her feet. We saw that Maple and the others didn't say anything. Although he knew what this thing was, he still cooperated with the cloaked girl in front of him and pretended to be very interested. He picked up the stone and looked at it for a while. I used a relatively special method to search for that aura all over the world. After searching for a long time, I finally found something. The cloaked girl grabbed the drink handed by Zhou Zibai and drank it all in one gulp. She wiped her mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Then I went to the South Pole, went to the North Pole, and went to the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. We almost spat out a mouthful of water. You put it here to explore history? When this girl teleported in front of them, didn't she go to a place that seemed to have weak rules? He guessed that this girl was going to do something extraordinary. As a result, when he heard that she revealed the secret, she was probably traveling around the world. Even Maple stopped the teacup in his mouth. He looked stunned. I caught tens of thousands of fish at the bottom of the sea, worked in the tropical rainforest, went to space to use satellites as telescopes to scan the northern hemisphere, and almost went to the moon. This time, everyone in the hall was stunned. We suspected that this girl had simply gone out to cause trouble. However, since she really did bring back something, he did not say this sentence out loud. After thinking about it, he still put on a calm expression and lightly coughed. Then, you traveled around the world for half a day and only brought back a stone. Even if she looked around the northern hemisphere, she definitely wouldn't know that they were holding two huge fragments in their hands at this moment. I locked onto one of the traces and used a special method to eliminate the influence of the other traces. Finally, I confirmed a pattern. In addition, in order to verify this pattern, I used the satellite as a telescope. In the end, I found this thing at the destination I speculated. She snorted and took the shard from Huey's hand. She shook it in front of them and said, "Guess what this is? A fragment of a divine artifact." "That's right, the divine artifacts." No, how did you know?" The cloaked girl's arm that was holding the black stone suddenly froze. She looked around and found that everyone's expression was a little strange. She quickly looked at Hui. "I guessed. Go on." Hui coughed dryly. The cloaked girl looked at the black stone suspiciously. She lowered her head and muttered for a while before continuing, "It's a fragment. According to the traces that have appeared around the world now, the earliest fragment should be 4 or 5 years ago. It should also be the time when it appeared in this cough. It should also be the time when the world began to be contaminated by that energy. However, it's not over yet. This stone is actually 2 fragments." As she spoke, she used both of her hands to press down on the palm-sized black stone. Exerting force, she broke it into 2 halves. Although we were lucky enough to find fragments of the same location, the time they split apart was not the same. As I said earlier, the earliest fragment appeared 4 to 5 years ago. Between these 2 pieces, one of them from the aura it left behind, it actually fell to the ground half a year ago. The divine artifact must have been on the run, throwing out all the fragments in a panic. And it wasn't all at once. It must have thrown them out one by one, scattered all over the world. The scattered fragments still have energy, and they didn't calm down just because they were separated from the main body. On the contrary, they still remember what the main body had done before. It was as if they were obeying orders, continuing to perform space jumps all over the world, leaving a pool of ink wherever they went. That's why the entire world can see the remnant presence now. It began to crack 4 or 5 years ago, and the process of cracking had not stopped. This was simply releasing that unsettling aura to the entire world. If something went wrong, this little blue ball would really turn into a little black ball. Then, what is the pattern that you mentioned? The pattern. The cloaked girl scratched her head and put the black stone on the table. She shook her body in distress. This is hard to say. I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm just saying it casually. Every energy fragment has an independent and semi-independent aura. After the space jump, the aura will be left behind again. There will be a connection between the two. From the residual aura, we can figure out a pattern. That is to say, these fragments follow a pattern that only you know to carry out the space jump. Yun Nuashing said faintly. He raised his eyes to look at the cloaked girl, whose body stiffened. Is that so? The cloaked girl turned her head and looked at him with a slightly dull gaze. She then turned her head and looked at Hui, who was smiling silently. How do you know everything? Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. Because this thing can be understood just by looking at it. That's roughly what you said. It took me a long time to figure out this pattern. It's related to the last mission that the thing was carrying out. No one expected it to suddenly go out of control and continue to work after it went out of control, although its continued work caused its overloaded shell to crack open, and it also caused me a lot of trouble. Lucia nodded and said, in short, it sounded like a pain in the ass. They were used to it. There would occasionally be people who had been dead for tens of billions of years in the divine realm. Their things would suddenly go out of control, break out of the ground, or jump out of hidden space and then roll around in the world. Although these things usually did not need to be dealt with by the two of them, they did not expect that they would one day have to deal with this kind of thing in the mortal realm. Well, since the girl seemed to have finished talking, it was almost time for him to talk about another thing. He coughed dryly and slowly stood up. He walked to the spacious area and said, Actually, we have a little discovery today. Hui then took out the slender 7 to 8 meters long fragment and threw it on the ground. There was a loud bang. The cloaked girl glanced at it and instantly slid down from the sofa to the ground. This. She quickly jumped up and pointed at the fragments on the ground. They were obviously fragments as well, but they were larger than the fragments she had spent so much effort to find. Her eyes were dazed. You guys also found fragments. Oh, there's a bigger one here. It's 12 times bigger than this. Hui crossed his arms and looked at the girl's blank face. He was very satisfied and smiled. Then he told her about what the little dragon girl told them and how she saw that thing crack 4 to 5 years ago. Then the cloaked girl was even more confused. Dozens of large fragments, a waste of time, a fool. Well, it seemed that she cared about a lot of things. But he did not know whether it was a waste of time or the fact that dozens of fragments exploded at once. Well, it was wrong to say that it was a waste. After all, they had found the pattern. Now, they could smoothly find the final location of the fragment from the dark aura drifting all over the world. However, she still had to work hard. After all, only she knew the pattern. At most, he and Feng could guess the form of the remnant information, but they did not know the specific process. The cloaked girl was stunned for 2 minutes. Then, she jumped over the table and looked at the fragment for a while. After a while, she went to the yard and asked Hui to take out the bigger fragment. She looked at the 2 big rocks for a long time and sighed. This fragment is close to the core. It seems that the probability that the core has been exposed is as high as 50 to 60%. The cloaked girl's expression instantly changed from one of resentment to one of seriousness. She poked the large rock here and there. After a while, she continued, "This is troublesome. If there is a crack in the core, the entire divine artifact will become even more unstable. If there is some external factor to stimulate it at this time, who knows what will happen? 4 to 5 years is enough to increase the probability of this kind of inexplicable thing to the max. I have to find the core as soon as possible. I still have to go there. You guys wait for a while," the cloaked girl hurriedly said. Then she raised her hand and tore open a spatial rift. She pushed the 2 fragments into the rift that led to an unknown place and disappeared in a hurry. Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other and sighed. What a single-threaded girl. She came and went in a hurry. Great, now we have to continue waiting. How long do we have to wait? When the spatial rift was completely closed, we let out a long sigh and turned to look at Feng and the others. Well, we still have to wait slowly. Oh, right, I forgot to ask this girl what's going on. Forget it. I'll ask her when she has some news. So, it seemed that they planned to slack off tonight. Being restricted in someone else's house was indeed a very difficult thing to do. Originally, this kind of trivial matter could be solved with a large-scale law, scan, and vibration. At worst, they could just pull the world core down. But the various layers of this place were too fragile for them. They could easily break through them. Although it was not that they could not help to repair it, it was still a matter of whether the laws that they repaired could be used in this world or not. Then go and rest early. I've also walked around outside today. I won't go out and make trouble anymore. Looking at the time on the clock, Hui let out a long yawn and rushed to the guest room on the 2nd floor like the wind. Seeing this, Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. Even if he was resting, he was still energetic. Calculating the time, it seemed that a few days had passed since they came here. Even if they were far away from the Void frontline and came to a place that was peaceful and calm, it was difficult to really feel at ease. Although he communicated with Jing Yuanji every day to confirm that the Void frontline was safe and sound, and that there was no trouble even if he was not there, but phew. Perhaps it was as the little angel had thought, that half of his soul had fallen to the front lines of the Void. Therefore, even in this world that was considered peaceful for ordinary people, he still found it difficult to calm down. The calmness he appeared to be at the moment was merely emptying his mind so that he would not think about anything. Indeed, there was nothing for him to think about here. After being repeatedly told to rest, he would try emptying his mind. He looked like a puppet, motionless. The moon in this world was not blue or purple. It was a faint silver-white or slightly yellow light. Its body was a small gray ball. Today was a rare full moon, but that weak moonlight could not really illuminate the land. The scattered light left a neat shadow on this half-open rooftop. The surrounding villas were quiet. There was no sound. The place where the distant lights illuminated was the bustling downtown near the city center. Even from here, he could hear the chaotic sounds there. So, even if the night covered the sky and the wilderness was silent, it was no different to him. This world never lacked any sound. Hey, aren't you afraid of catching a cold sitting on the rooftop and not going to sleep at night? A voice suddenly sounded here. Yes, he knew that there was a presence lingering not far away. He just did not pay attention to it. He did not expect that it would jump out on its own. His eyes that were staring at the moonlight moved slightly and fell on a place under the eaves that was not illuminated by the moonlight. In that weak part of the darkness, there was a little golden light flashing. That was a pair of golden eyes. The vertical slits were slightly flapping. The owner also slowly walked out of the shadows. The long water blue hair was trailing on the ground with a tail. The gaze that was turned away did not have any trace of emotion. It was faint, but not indifferent nor cold. It was completely dull. Even the luster seemed to have faded. Can you not always look at me with such a scary gaze? The blue dragon girl was frightened by his gaze. It was as if his eyes had lost their soul and life. She had never seen such a terrifying gaze in her 5,000 years of life. Yun Nuashing frowned a little and quickly returned to his original state. He looked at her in confusion. This little blue dragon girl, they thought she was still hiding in that space. They didn't expect her to run out. What's the matter? Yes and no. She was still a little scared by his terrifying gaze. With a wave of her hand, she condensed water into a chair behind him. She sat behind him a little angrily and did not have to look at him directly. You are looking for that troublesome thing, right? Yun Nuashing hesitated for a long time before he slowly raised his head. Fragment, you can say that. I just happened to help. Can you have some emotion in your tone? The little blue dragon girl was so scared by these empty words that her whole body trembled. It's already late autumn. Winter is coming soon. Who are you trying to freeze to death by speaking in such a cold tone? I won't turn into a block of ice. Emotion. Yun Nuashing murmured and let out a long sigh of relief. Emotion was probably already dead. That guy went to the reincarnation road to report first. It was not clear when he would come back to life. A ball of clear and transparent water suddenly floated in front of him. A fruit was wrapped in the water. As he subconsciously raised his hand, the fruit fell from the ball of water into his hand. He looked at the silver-white fruit that was similar to moonlight and gently took a bite. You didn't ask what it was before you ate it? Oh. Yun Nuashing faintly responded. After a long time he asked, What is it? It's specially made to cure people with facial paralysis like you. Yun Nuashing. He calmly took a bite of the fruit. It was sweet with a little bit of bitterness. If he were to exaggerate a little, it was as if he could feel the joys and sorrows of life. However, they were all washed away by the madness of 5 or 6 eras and the weight of nearly 100 eras. The little blue dragon girl saw that he did not move at all. She puffed up her cheeks and stood up to make the chair move away. Then she patted his shoulder and walked in front of him. She pretended to be very arrogant and crossed her arms. If you are looking for those bad things, I have a few locations that I can tell you. Yun Nuashing calmly ate the fruit and calmly raised his head to meet her gaze. Those half-empty black eyes still scared her to the point that she could not help but jump back. If you smile, I will tell you. Yun Nuashing thought for a while. He put both his index fingers on the corner of his mouth and pulled up a cold and unwavering smile. It made her hair stand on end. Forget it, forget it. Don't smile, don't smile. Really, you have such a beautiful face. What a waste. The little blue dragon girl muttered and cleared her throat. Those fragments are now in a sealed state, barely sealed state. However, there will be a day when they will not be able to hold on. Just like the place that I am guarding. One of them is in the Qinhuai region. I don't remember the exact location. There is one in the Pacific Ocean. It is about 600 or 700 kilometers to the right of this country. The exact location is still not clear. She listed a lot of names in one breath. 4 or 5 years ago, she saw the divine artifact explode with her own eyes. The fragments that turned into billowing black fog rushed to all parts of the world. With her experience of living for 5,000 years, it was not a problem for her to calculate the approximate location. Since there was a seal, she should have contacted someone and told them about it. However, why was it that she did not know the exact location of most of the fragments? If she only knew the approximate location, the workload would be doubled. It was decided she would let the young man in blue, who was also in the 3 elemental realm, do this. As if she knew that she had mentioned too many vague locations, the little blue dragon girl's pretty face was a little embarrassed. She coughed dryly and blushed slightly. However, there is one location that is absolutely clear. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and looked at her without saying a word. Mount Kunlun. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. That's it. That's it. Mount Kunlun is a mountain range. When you told me the exact location, I thought that I could accurately pinpoint the location within 100 kilometers. In the end, it was still a large area. The little blue dragon girl blushed and tugged at her dress. After a moment, She suddenly reacted and stared at him. Hey, it's already very good that I can tell you the approximate location, all right, so that you don't have to search around the world aimlessly. Just give me the approximate location and be grateful. You actually dislike it. The little blue dragon girl shuddered and hurriedly stepped back. I'm really sorry that I can't provide the exact location. So, don't look at me like that anymore. It's really frightening. Yun Nuashing moved his eyes away. Stay calm. You are a dragon who has lived for 5,000 years. The little girl was so angry that she stomped her feet. So what if I'm 5,000 years old? There are things that even 5,000 years old can't get used to. Just like how you, a guy with empty eyes, are actually afraid of a little spider. Yun Nuashing's body stiffened and he almost jumped up. How did you know? Humph, when I went to check later on, the water mirror seal that you left there told me about how you dealt with that small fragment, including how you were frightened later on. This is... Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched a few times. He could not help but cover his face and grit his teeth. I also have things that I'm not good at. The little blue dragon girl crossed her arms in front of her chest proudly. She finally saw this guy's expression. His eyes were finally not so frightening. She did not know who this guy was. The extent of his eyes was so frightening that it was as if he was sitting alone on this small, destroyed planet, looking at the millions of ruins that had experienced millions of years of sedimentation. No, it might be even more serious. She suddenly moved closer. Her golden eyes against the silvery white moonlight rushed into his line of sight. That pair of large eyes occupied his entire line of sight, startling him. It was only because this guy's eyes had become normal that she dared to rush up and stare at him. Your eyes are telling some stories, some very long and ancient stories. They are heavy. Yun Nuashing looked at her. If there was a trace of origin energy in his eyes, this little girl would probably fly away in fright. Just as he was about to do that, the little girl suddenly took a few steps back and made a face at him. Although they are heavy, I'm not interested in prying into other people's stories. I'm afraid that I'll scare myself to death. Humph! The little blue dragon girl stuck her tongue out at him and quickly turned around. Her long hair and tail gently brushed his face. She jumped into the night sky, turned into a string of bubbles, and disappeared. That series of actions made her look like a 5,000-year-old child. Yun Nuashing took a bite of the silvery white fruit. Taking advantage of the fact that the night was not yet deep, he took out the mobile phone that Zhou Zibai gave him and dialed the only number. Chapter 1786. He had been extremely busy for the past few days. He had to help Uncle Lu deal with the inexplicable organization that had appeared out of nowhere in the country, and he also had to restart the longevity quest that had been struck by lightning and followed by natural disasters wherever he went. Every day, he was like a gear that kept spinning at a speed of 300 laps per second. He didn't even know that he had already left the assembly and was flying alone. With such a busy situation, coupled with some terrible situations, even the comfortable dinner and good night time at night couldn't be considered very comfortable. Of course, he still had to sleep. Although his soul had been awakened, he was still just a high-level weakling at this moment. It would not work if he did not sleep. Although he complained, the most comfortable time after a busy day was when he rested in bed at night. After he fell asleep for some time, he seemed to hear the faint sound of his mobile phone ringing in his dream. It was his favorite music, but now he wanted to throw it into the trash can and smash it. When the sound gradually became clear, and he realized that it was not a dream, he turned over with a resentful expression and reached for his mobile phone. Just as he was about to quarrel with his grandson on the other end of the phone, he suddenly saw the new contact displayed on the screen. It was the big boss of the 8 Elements realm, using Yun Nuashing's profile picture. At this moment, the sky fell, the earth cracked, volcanoes, tsunamis, meteorites, comets, the moon, the sun, and other shadows suddenly flashed across his mind. He was completely awake. With a face full of sweat, he pressed the answer button with a restless mood. What is the end of the world? Is the sky falling and the earth sinking? The world is all right. I have something to do here. Oh, I should say good evening first, right? The young man in blue looked at the phone screen in a daze and took a deep breath. Big boss, a phone call in the middle of the night. It's a midnight scare. I thought the world was going to end. Middle of the night? It's okay. Didn't it just get dark? It's already 2:30 in the morning. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The big boss seemed to be a little lacking in personality. That was not the point. In fact, time did not affect them much. But that was in the past. Now he was just a weakling. I'm just a mortal now. I need to rest. Aren't you going to sleep at night? I don't need to sleep. All right, you really don't need to sleep. How long have you not slept? Roughly 5 epochs. The blue-clothed youth was speechless. This was Lang Yi. He was a little more ruthless than cruel wolf. So, what's the matter this late at night? He yawned and sat up from the bed looking sleepy. It's like this. Yun Nuashing briefly explained the artifact and told the blue-clothed young man all the locations that the little blue dragon girl had just told him. Soon after, he heard a series of crackling sounds. The blue-clothed youth got up from under the bed and stood up calmly. What can you say that again? So, Yun Nuashing patiently repeated it this time. In the end, he heard a sigh of despair. After thinking for a while, he added, Kunlun Mountain and the bottom of the sea can be handed over to us. The rest of the places will be handled by you. Anyway, you have a lot of people. Those should be small fragments of a small scale. With your strength, you should be able to barely seal them for a period of time. When the time comes, send them over for the next step of processing. Please tell me that this is a dream. Please tell me that this is a dream. Wake up. It's time for you to work. The blue-clothed youth smiled bitterly and slapped his face. This was really a midnight alarm. A phone call at 2:30 in the morning reported a terrible news with more than 50 locations. Moreover, some of the locations were in bad conditions. Even a mortal would be in trouble if he went there. He had to ask Uncle Lou to bring a few earthly realms to deal with it easily. Anyway, that's it. Try your best to find it if you can. If you can't, we'll talk about it again. It's late. Rest early. The big boss hung up after saying that. It was so quiet that he almost couldn't hear his own heartbeat. Damn it! How can I have the mood to sleep after hearing such shocking news? I'll sleep on the plane tomorrow. How miserable. 5 years ago I hadn't awakened yet. The blue-clothed youth sighed and pulled out a chair to sit in front of the table. The weak light illuminated the small space around him, and his face was reflected in the window in front of him. He looked miserable and tired. Anyway, I have to sort out the route first. There are more than 50 fragments. I have to find the correct location in the shortest amount of time and then retrieve them. But each fragment is given the range of a region. It's not that easy to find them. The hand that was writing suddenly stopped. The blue-clothed youth raised his head and let out a long sigh. The big boss said that the sealing of the fragments was something that happened 4 to 5 years ago. Some of the seals were very difficult to deal with. In addition, the fragments themselves also contained powerful energy, so it was possible that they had already broken the seal. The fragments could also jump through space, but it was unknown how often they would jump through space. Only one person knew the pattern, and that person wasn't here yet. It was difficult, but even if it was difficult, he had to do it. Those things were unimaginable threats in this world. However, if Uncle Lou knew about this, he would probably go crazy, right? The next day, Zhou Zibai finished washing up early and went down to the hall. Against the light of dawn, she saw a figure sitting in the same position as the past few days. He didn't move at all, which was a little scary. Morning, Feng Ling, I'm going to Kunlun. The two of them spoke at the same time. Zhou Zibai was stunned. She stared at Yun Nuashing and tried to recognize the voice that just sounded. Kunlun? Did I hear it wrong? Seeing him nod, Zhou Zibai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why so sudden? There's a fragment there. It's the kind of fragment you saw yesterday. If it's left alone, it will have a great impact. Zhou Zibai recalled the two big stones she saw yesterday and said, "Oh." Then she carefully thought about what they said before and sighed helplessly. In order to not let this cute little blue ball turn into a little black ball, she had to work harder. Why do I feel like I'm saving the world? While looking for the plane tickets, Zhou Zibai's fingers froze, and she looked at Yun Nuoxing in a daze. Yun Nuoxing looked up and met her gaze. If you really want to categorize, there's nothing wrong with it. To save your world, you should take action. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. I don't have such a big dream. I've never thought about this kind of thing. But your world sounds a little weird. Isn't this your world too? Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She was stunned for a few seconds before she said, "Oh, that's right. They can cross the galaxy at any time. Maybe they have already found a place for themselves in other places." If that's the case, just thinking about it made her feel that it was troublesome. If it was just for herself, it would be fine. But once she thought about saving the world and the billions of lives on her shoulders, she felt her arms tremble. Her face was bitter. I feel that I'm under pressure that I shouldn't be under at this age. Indeed, Yun Nuoxing nodded in agreement. But we can't help it. No, if you really don't want to get involved, we'll go by ourselves. We were supposed to leave after accompanying you to the arcane realm, but we forgot about it. Zhou Zibai glanced at him and lowered her head to continue looking for the plane tickets. No need. It's not troublesome for you anyway. I'm just responsible for running behind you, right? Well, it's not troublesome. We're just looking for something. What are you doing? Yun Nuoxing looked at her curiously. Zhou Zibai muttered, looking for the plane tickets and booking the itinerary. You should have told me last night. There's no need to be in such a hurry. I called him at 2 in the morning, and he complained. He said that he wanted to sleep, so he didn't continue to disturb you. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head to look out of the window and said, "What plane do you need? We'll fly you directly." No. Zhou Zibai waved her hand firmly and shook her head vigorously. It's 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers away in a straight line. I don't want to be hung in the sky by you all. I'll die. I'll really die. Have you ever considered the feelings of a little mortal like me? Yun Nuoxing stroked his long hair and thought very seriously. Sorry, I don't think I've considered it. I haven't been a human for too long. Please think about it. Zhou Zibai trembled and looked at him carefully. Then decide. Wait, do you have a specific location? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. No, because I don't know where it is. It's thousands of kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide. You won't. Zhou Zibai swallowed hard. Her hand, holding the phone, was trembling. Oh, it's probably the won't. The little girl almost fainted on the spot. After getting up, she said with a bitter face, I'll die. I'll really die. Then do you want to give up? Well, at this moment, she was really entangled in her heart. On one hand, there were many difficult conditions. On the other hand, she was very curious about Mount Kunlun, the ancestor of all mountains. In the past, she would never go there alone. It was impossible for her to bring others there. Even cultivators couldn't go there if they wanted to. But yes, in short, it was curiosity. Curiosity, looking at the little girl's entangled face. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and reluctantly picked up his understanding of ordinary people. He was about to persuade her to give up, but she nodded first. I'll prepare some things to keep out the cold, mountaineering equipment and buy insurance. There's no need. You don't need it, but I do. Zhou Zibai smiled bitterly. The last time they climbed Mount Everest, she and Mr. Zhang were frozen. At that time, they only stayed for a short while. This time, they only had a rough destination. They didn't know where they were going. They didn't know how long they would stay in Kunlun. If they really went there unprepared, they would probably become a snowman and be buried there. There's no need, Yun Nuoxing repeated. A faint light flashed and flowed through her body. She only felt a faint energy emerging, and then silence again. However, the hall became very warm without warning. The floor-to-ceiling windows were suddenly covered with a thin layer of mist and became foggy. Zhou Zibai suddenly understood what he meant when he said that he didn't need it. She was barely relieved. Well, she was just barely relieved. When Zhou Zibai was ready, Yun Nuoxing also went to wake Hui and the little girl up. The group of people adjusted a little and embarked on the journey to the small snow mountain again. It's so slow. On the plane, Hui was nestled in the narrow space. He couldn't help but walk around. From time to time, he looked out of the window and sighed. This thing's flying speed is not enough for us. Stop. Zhou Zibai waved her hand with a face full of sweat. I'll die if I'm carried by you. Okay. Hui sighed. He walked around the business class cabin twice and sat down. Suddenly he was startled. That's not right. Can't you just ask foam to make you a static realm? Why do you have to use human tools? It's really much faster if we fly by ourselves. What's a static realm? Zhou Zibai asked with a sweaty face. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. A realm that can make you not feel that you're moving. An ordinary realm, or even worse, you can use space transmission. Hui and the little girl looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. This observer with a reduced intelligence has really been beaten silly by 5 eras of battle. The key is that she still refuses to admit it. Look at her terminally ill appearance. It's really unbearable to look at. Yun Nuoxing looked at the scenery outside the window in boredom. However, he could only see a sea of clouds and the sun hiding behind the clouds. It was slowly climbing up from the horizon. Before he reached the top of the sea of clouds, he could only see the morning sun shining orange-red in front of him. He could also see a blue figure passing by outside the window. Yun Nuoxing was startled. She calmed herself down and looked out of the window again. The sky was orange-red, and only the flowing clouds accompanied the plane flying high in the sky. But she was sure that she didn't see wrong. Look, this time. Her face was close to the window. What are you doing? Yun Nuoxing asked in a daze, attracting Hui and the others. Everyone came over to take a look and saw a figure lying outside the window. She was busy mouthing something outside the window. Hui was busy translating. Taking the police area? Yun Nuoxing nodded. A stream of light surged in her right hand. It seemed to have turned into an invisible object and easily passed through the cabin. Then, she grabbed the arm of the person outside the window. The light also wrapped her up and dragged her into the cabin. It's blowing me to death. The wind outside is really strong. I almost froze. The person who came was none other than the blue dragon girl, who told her about the approximate location of the fragments last night. She was busy warming herself up for a while. Then, she angrily knocked on Yun Nuoxing's head. Hey, I kindly told you where the fragments are last night. Why did you run away early in the morning when I wasn't paying attention? You didn't say you were coming. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at her. Yesterday, you came and left by yourself. I just went out for a walk. I thought you guys would at least have a plan. Who would have thought that before I even woke up, I found that there was no one in the house? The blue dragon girl said angrily. At first, I wanted to wait for you guys to depart before following you. Fortunately, I left my scent on you yesterday and could find your location. After chasing you in the air for half a day, there were too many eyes in the sky, and I couldn't simply transform. In the late autumn, I almost turned into an ice sculpture and fell from a height of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Hui heard that and grimaced. Look, this is the scene of a dishonest fellow meeting a fellow with low intelligence. One of them was deliberately holding back, while the other was deliberately not knowing anything. What are you acting? Yun Nuoxing asked. Are you dragons usually very free? When there's nothing to do, you grow hair. When there's something to do, you grow hair. The little blue, draconic girl sat on the armrest of his seat and placed her waterfall-like long blue hair and tail on his body. However, Ever since the ancient era passed away, we haven't had much to do. Other than 4 or 5 years ago, we were barely able to move around for a period of time because of the invasion of extraterrestrial beings. This time we can take advantage of the time when you guys are helping to deal with the fragments to see how everyone is doing in maintaining the seal. Zhou Zibai heard and couldn't help but say, I heard that the hidden guardians of the Huaxia kingdom are usually stationed in one place to guard the weather. Won't they be affected if they come out and move freely? The blue dragon girl glanced at her and said, Little girl, when did you get this information? What does the weather have to do with us? We're only staying in one place because we're too lazy to move around and just want to sleep in one place. Zhou Zibai was speechless. Okay, another myth has been broken. Since she met Feng Ling and the others, the myths in her heart had been constantly collapsing. Even her worldview was not spared. It was just that she didn't plan to rebuild her worldview recently, because she didn't know how many times it would collapse. She simply hung a sign saying that it was waiting to be rebuilt. When it really couldn't be broken anymore, she would slowly clean it up. After the plane landed in Qinghai, they still had to transfer to a big car, but it was rejected by Yun Nuoxing. They planned to go all the way down. Anyway, they were already close at hand, and they could almost enter the snow mountain after 2 steps. Oh, the scenery here is not bad. Along the way, Hui looked at the scenery around him. The blue sky was like a thick curtain, and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Except for the distance in front of them, they couldn't see too many mountains. The terrain was quite flat, and there were not many ups and downs. When they left the place where people gathered, they could only see the grassland. A straight road went straight to the front, and there were no curves. However, as they walked forward a little, the mountains in front of them were close to them, and they could gradually see the high mountains covered by the snow line. Did we go the wrong way? Where's the monument? Zhou Zibai looked at the ground in front of her, which had faded away from the grassland and the mountains with the snow line, but she couldn't see the monument with the mountain pass on the straight road. Oh, we've just passed it. Hui pointed behind him. We've walked far away. Zhou Zibai was speechless. She suddenly felt that she didn't know where to put the phone in her hand. Xiaolon, the name Hui casually called, was accepted. He heard that this girl was also nameless. Looking at the snow mountain around them, which was gradually becoming familiar, she suddenly pulled Yun Nuoxing away from the main road and said to everyone, Let's go this way. Following the little blue dragon girl, they deviated from the main road and walked straight into the snow mountain. Zhou Zibai looked ahead, and there was a vast expanse of whiteness in front of her, as if she had walked into an iceberg and snowfield. At this time, the wind and snow had not started to blow, and she could still see the blue sky. Moreover, she looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was emitting a faint light, and rubbed her warm hands. It really wasn't cold. She looked back curiously, and then she was slightly surprised. In her impression, Kunlun had the saying that it was the ancestor of all mountains and the ancestor of the dragon bloodline. However, she didn't seem to have seen a scene with abundant spiritual energy after coming here. At this moment, when she looked back, the ground in the distance had not completely disappeared, and the scene of the Gobi Desert was almost comparable to the cracked ground that she saw in the space of the soaring dragon mountain yesterday. It was full of spiritual energy, and once again it made her feel, myths are all lies. Fengling, do you feel that there's something special here? She didn't give up and pulled Yun Nuoxing, intending to restore the dignity of the myths in her heart one last time. Yun Nuoxing looked around 11 times. Mountain, snow, empty, nothing. Zhou Zibai was stunned, and then she turned to look at Hui. What did he say? Oh, he means that this place is empty except for the mountains and snow. There's no special fluctuation in the space, and the lingering power of the rules is not very strong. There's nothing special about this place. Hui straightforwardly translated, and Yun Nuoxing nodded. Zhou Zibai took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. Well, this time, she really cut off the idea of witnessing a myth. It seemed that this was just an ordinary snow mountain, nothing more. There seems to be someone there. She suddenly pointed to the front and shivered. Everyone looked forward and indeed saw that there were figures in the place that had been covered by thick snow. The 3 figures walked slowly side by side in the snow. In such a severe environment, the 3 of them were only wearing thin clothes. Jibai felt cold just looking at them. If it weren't for Feng Ling to help her keep warm this time, she would have chosen to wrap herself up like a dumpling at this moment. Before they could take a few more glances, the 3 figures in front of them suddenly shook and then disappeared into the snow without a trace. Yun Nuashing and the others walked quickly to the place where the 3 figures suddenly disappeared. There were no footprints of the 3 people on the snow. The surrounding snow was flat, and there were no ups and downs. The 3 people suddenly disappeared like ghosts, as if they had never appeared. Zhou Zibai was stunned. After a while, she squatted down at the place where they stood and used her spiritual energy to dig up the snow on the ground. "What are you doing?" Hui was exploring the surrounding space and was stunned when he saw her actions. I'm wondering if they fell into a snow cave. Everyone. The little blue dragon girl looked at Yun Nuashing and the others with her arms crossed at this moment, waiting to watch a good show. Hui noticed this subtle expression. He didn't even have to think about it to know that there must be a hidden space in this place, and there was a scene of a different world inside. It was just a problem of how to open it. He had a way. Phone. Come, face the space in front of you and slap it down. Yes, slap it together with the mountain in front of you. Oh, Yun Nuashing raised her hand. Xiaolan suddenly jumped up and quickly held down Yun Nuashing's raised hand. She stared fiercely at Hui, who was grinning mischievously. Can't you afford to play? It's fine if you want to break the space by force, but what do you want to do by giving that mountain to Defei? Hui grinned and shrugged. The little blue dragon girl rolled her eyes and took 2 steps forward in a bad mood. She stretched out her hand and drew a circle in the space in front of her. Suddenly, a hole made of white light appeared in front of her eyes, and it was spreading faint space ripples to the surrounding space. She turned back and stuck out her tongue at Yun Nuashing, then turned and walked into it. Let's go in. Don't make any noise. Now in the world, not many people still know the existence of this place. Chapter 1787. The scene of flowing water gradually became clear. It was still under a deep blue sky with no clouds for thousands of miles. The spiritual energy condensed into a thin layer of fog and spread evenly in the mountain range in front of him. There were mountain peaks, evergreen leaves, and ancient trees that had stood tall for an unknown number of years like a small mountain peak. They were thousands of feet tall, and endless vitality could be felt from far away. There were also birds flying in the forest, and rare beasts would appear from time to time. The green grass and the pure, white snow reflected each other in the mountains and forests. The snow under their feet revealed the word field that was evenly arranged with green grass. It was a scene where winter was far away and spring was coming, and everything was recovering. However, the green shadows all over the mountains and plains were probably full of vitality from the beginning. Even if they were pressed under the heavy snow, they were not faded by frost. The aura here is hundreds of times richer than the outside space, and dozens of times richer than the ordinary city. Although this is the case, it still seems thin, but it is enough to create an environment that is full of vitality and like spring all year round. Hui squatted down and picked a grass and held it in his hand. It's a good environment. Zhou Zibai was speechless for a while. She could feel that this place was more than 10 times better than the environment deliberately arranged by some Earth realm powerhouses. Forget it. Anyway, these people were all people who had seen countless things in the world. Maybe the aura here was so thin that they would suffocate if they were not careful. Your requirements are really high. The little blue dragon girl tilted her head and glanced at him. She muttered and sighed softly. Thousands of years have passed since the ancient times. Except for the caves and secret realms left behind by the immortals in the past, There's no other scene in this world that can be compared to these hidden places in the mortal world. If you want to find a better environment, I guess you have to go to the starry sky to look for it. Zhou Jibai looked around and asked in a low voice, "Is there any other place besides here?" Although the myths you are familiar with are not all true, there are some places that do exist, such as the well-known Penglai Immortal Land. Blue Dragon, little girl, nodded slightly. In the past, the Immortals' Cave that was personally arranged by the Immortals in the mortal world with great effort is similar to this place in Kunlun, including several other places. Zhou Jibai patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a legend was saved. The few of them looked at the entrance for a while. The little blue dragon girl saw that they had seen enough and was about to lead them up the mountain. Suddenly, a few figures jumped out from the forest in front of them. They carried broken iron swords and walked forward to look at them. They were slightly vigilant. "Who are you? Why did you barge into my immortal abode?" The blue dragon girl walked forward. Hey, Ching Su didn't tell you about something so important." Hui felt that something was amiss and hurriedly said to Xiaolan, "Have you told them that you're coming today?" "No, I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't inform you." The blue dragon girl shook her head. "But it's not like you can't recognize me. I just haven't been here for a while." They were familiar with this saying. A while was used to fool ghosts. In their worldview, from an era to hundreds of billions of years, it was called a while. "So, how long is your a while?" Let me count. When I handed over the fragments 4 or 5 years ago, I didn't come in, so that time doesn't count. If we go back, well, it's been 300 or 400 years. Zhou Jibai couldn't help but cover her face. They were just mortals. Who knew how many generations had passed in 300 or 400 years? They didn't even inform anyone. It would be strange if someone recognized them. Now, they would probably treat them as intruders and deal with them. "You know Grandmaster Ching Su?" The young man walking at the front was stunned. "Okay, little girl, go play somewhere else. We have important things to deal with." The blue dragon girl spread her hands and sighed. She was about to lead them forward when the young men quickly blocked her way. "Wait, there are guests in the Kunlun Wonderland. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." Puffed. Hui turned his head and patted the blue dragon girl on the shoulder. "Hey, I'm talking about you. Unauthorized people." Xiao Lan almost couldn't catch her breath. She glared at him angrily. "Hey, you're happy to be called an unauthorized person? Outsiders are almost the same as idlers. We're just bystanders. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter what you say. If there's no one to talk to, the evaluation of idlers is invalid, isn't it?" Hui replied with a smile with his arms crossed. Xiao Lan was speechless. Did he mean that if he said a few more words, the whole Kunlun would collapse? The blue dragon girl held her forehead helplessly. The group of old things inside must have known that someone had come in, but they didn't say anything. She still had 2 dangerous guys behind her. Yes, they were really dangerous guys. She was sure that Hui, who was grinning at this moment, and Yun Nuashing, who had been silent all this time, could turn the whole Kunlun Mountain into the Kunlun Basin if they were unhappy. Couldn't those old things be a little more discerning? She took a deep breath and shouted at the evergreen mountain range. She didn't shout. She thought for a while and said to the few disciples guarding the gate, "Everyone who comes from the 4 seas is a guest. Just take it that we're also here to take a look. According to the rules of the Kunlun Wonderland, we can just walk up from another mountain path, right?" The young man who took the lead frowned. To be honest, he was also in a difficult position. Now that there were guests coming from the Wonderland, he couldn't figure out the situation of the 5 people in front of him. Since they could mention the name of Grandmaster Ching Su, he thought. In short, they didn't seem to be easy to deal with. He had already braced himself to stand up. But what about the other mountain path? "Senior brother, just let them go from there. We can't take care of the front and back. If they can really make it to the top, then they'll have the right to enter, and it'll have nothing to do with us. If they really do know Grandmaster Ching Su, and we still stop them here, the consequences will be unbearable," another young man said softly. The leader nodded. He thought that it was the same. He cupped his hands and said to the few people in front of him, "Please follow me. If you can climb up from another mountain path, there won't be any more problems." The blue dragon girl rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart. "Ching Su, you dare to leave me hanging at the door. When I get up there, I will spank your ass into 8 pieces. I won't live for 5,000 years if I don't." The stone steps of the other mountain path were obviously different from the one they saw just now. This one was rougher. Not only that, the stone steps and the mountain walls seemed to be engraved with Tao marks. Just by walking here, they could clearly feel that they had walked into another environment. The environment was more like an ancient mountain path. There were ancient trees that were hundreds of years old lying on the mountain path. Withered vines and branches stretched out dozens of meters away, entangled into knots. Those are the Tao marks that were branded in the past. The blue dragon girl walked in front and pointed at the Tao marks that were faintly discernible on the stone steps and mountain walls. Then she turned to look at Zhou Zibai. "It's not useful for you, but it might be a little helpful for this girl. I see that you have been in the 4th realm of man for a while, so I brought you here for a walk." "Tao marks," Yun Nuashing suddenly murmured. "Yes, what's wrong?" Yun Nuashing shook her head and sighed softly. The Tao marks that were engraved here were all ancient Tao marks. They were pieces of formed but incomplete laws. Yes, these were all incomplete, but there were a lot of them. Well, it was not right to say that they were completely incomplete. It should be said that the law chains that were formed by 1,000 laws were all cut into 2 halves or 3 halves or even more, and then scattered evenly on this mountain path. It was more or less like this. She did not know whether the people who engraved these laws clearly knew that before they set it up, or they were actually not very clear about it. Hui suddenly stopped and raised his hand in confusion. He looked at Maple and the little girl and then looked at Shaolin. "Is there a Tao mark that can break the seal here?" "Ah, there seems to be a part of it. It's at the place we just walked through." The blue dragon girl nodded. "What's wrong? The seal on your body has just been touched?" Hui nodded. "Then, do you want me to help you break it?" The little blue dragon girl twirled her long hair with her hand and said proudly, "Let's not talk about other things, but I'm good at breaking seals. Tell me, is it something like a curse or is it a simple seal?" "Oh, that's not necessary. I put the seal on myself," Hui replied with a grin. "Ah." The blue dragon girl looked at him in a daze. She thought for a long time, but still could not figure out what he wanted to do by sealing himself. So she ignored it and continued to lead the group forward on the mountain path. The spiritual energy lingering in the mountain forest seemed to be more vigorous, and the thin fog became thicker. The mountain forest in front of them had a kind of hazy feeling, as if they had entered the mountain in the morning. Ordinary people who were not familiar with the mountain environment would be worried that they would get lost at this time. However, it did not have any special effect on them. When the thick fog blocked their vision even more, they felt a slight difference. It seemed to have the effect of a maze. The only change was that Yun Nuashing grabbed Zhou Zibai's hand, so that the little girl would not go astray. After that, nothing else happened. After about a few minutes, Yun Nuashing and the others quickly climbed to the top of the mountain path. The thick fog in front of them slowly dissipated. Although it did not affect them much, their vision was becoming clearer. The place in front of them seemed to have found a flat land in the mountain forest and used it as a platform to settle down. It also looked like a square used for gatherings after entering the door. With this place as the starting point, mountain paths extended to the 3 nearby peaks. The style of the ancient buildings in the mountain was not the same as the buildings they had seen in the city. It seemed that there were some shadows of similar buildings in the city with a faint aura of time. It was also different from the ones in the world of the gods. We climbed up one level after another. If ordinary people lived here, They would be gone in a day just by running up and down the mountain 2 or 3 times a day. Hui looked at the 3 nearby peaks. He could barely see people moving in the buildings in the mountain forest. The buildings were built around the mountain and went all the way to the back of the mountain. Moreover, the life aura at the back of the mountain was stronger. More people gathered closer to the inside. Turning around to look at the door, it was cold and cheerless. There was not a single person. He turned around and looked at Xiaolon, whose face was slightly green. "You were placed here for a long time. Just now I was just taking it lightly." "Look at this," Xiaolon sighed faintly. She lowered her head and could not stop muttering, "Young people nowadays." Just now at the mountain gate, she heard that there seemed to be guests in the Kunlun Wonderland. It was estimated that they were busy receiving guests inside at this moment. Thinking of this, Xiaolon reluctantly felt relieved. However, the angry look on her face did not disappear. She was a little unhappy in the latter half of the journey. On the way, she kicked 2 pieces of gravel fiercely, making a hole in the mountain wall. With one kick, she broke the branches that protruded from the ground. The mountain path was full of traces of destruction left by her. The small animals in the forest were trembling in fear because of this big movement. When they reached the platform halfway up the mountain in the middle, the first thing they saw was a stone sculpture. It was not a sculpture of a human body. It had a slightly abstract feeling, as if it was a depiction of many stars and their orbits. The more they looked at it, the more it resembled it. Zhou Jibai went up to take a look. She could not help but ask, "Is this a sculpture of the ancestors' impression of the heavenly axiom? I heard that some orthodoxies would leave behind traces and sculptures of the ancestors' exposition of the great Tao. Could this be? Hey, that's the stone sculpture of the solar system. Qing Su carved it himself. He finished it 3 years ago. He even talked to me for a long time." Xiaolon pouted her lips. Zhou Jibai, this poor little girl had turned gray again. The worldview about myths and such existences that she had painstakingly built was probably shattered into pieces. Yun Nuoxing stood at the edge of the 5-meter-high platform and looked around. The halfway up the mountain was probably 1 or 2 kilometers high from the mountain gate. He could see the clouds and mist surging with the wind. The towering mountains seemed to have some kind of artificially arranged arrangement in front of his eyes. They were connected to the general trend of the heavenly axiom and assisted in gathering spiritual energy. He could see that a lot of effort was put into it. The people of this life star, the ancients liked to use buildings or other special things to correspond to the position of the stars. When he saw the stone sculpture of the solar system just now, he could not help but think in this direction. In addition, the way the mountains in this fairyland were arranged vaguely, in addition to being connected to the general trend of the heavenly axiom, it seemed that there was something hidden in it. Perhaps it was related to the constellations in the sky. He wanted to make a detailed comparison, so he looked up. He could not see anything in broad daylight. "Billions of stars, listen to me." Yun Nuoxing raised his hand and said half a sentence. Hui and the little girl suddenly felt that something was wrong. They turned their heads at the same time and saw his movement. The former screamed and quickly rushed over to cover his mouth. "Don't mess around! Who knows how many people will be scared to death?" "Oh!" Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and shook his head to get away from Hui's hand. He said to the little blue dragon girl, "The general trend of the heavenly axiom here seems to be connected to these mountains. In addition, it also seems to be connected to the constellations in the sky. You can see that?" The little blue dragon girl was a little surprised. She walked to his side and pointed at the mountains, and then pointed to a place further inside. These mountains and these places in the early stages of the Kunlun fairyland's formation indeed corresponded to some constellations one by one. But which constellations they corresponded to, I can't tell. I asked Qing Su. Qing Su only said that his master helped to arrange them. He himself was not particularly clear. As Xiaolon spoke, She tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuashing. What's wrong? Are you interested? I can help you ask. Yun Nuashing shook his head. The constellations' positions will deviate with time. Right now, the difference is not very obvious. However, in the future, because the constellations will not correspond to their positions, the formation related to the constellations will deviate. The power of the stars will be erroneously deposited here. It will no longer be of any benefit and may even lead to destruction. The little blue dragon girl was surprised. There's such a situation? Then I'll have to tell Ching Su. But when is the future? Perhaps 30 to 40 million years? Xiaolan and Zhou Zibai. 30 to 40 million years? After 30 to 40 million years, not to mention the constellations shifting, it would be a problem if the people on this ball would still be around. They would probably have already turned into dust and drifted to wherever they wanted. The world at that time would not be under their control. What happens 30 to 40 million years later has nothing to do with us. Xiao Lan smiled bitterly and waved her hand. Not to mention 30 to 40 million years, a few hundred years. 2 to 3,000 years later, or at most 10,000 years later, it would be a problem if I would still be around. Mortals have changed so many generations. When would it be 30 to 40 million years later? Yun Nuashing. Oh, Hui smiled bitterly. This was their special view of time. It was very obvious that this little blue dragon and the people on this life star did not correspond to this little blue dragon. Halfway up the mountain, the buildings built around the mountain were very old. They were not to the extent of being dilapidated, but traces of repair could be seen. They already had the aura of time in them. Not long later, but it was clear enough. As the little blue dragon girl had said, places like the Kunlun Wonderland and the Penglai Wonderland were all created thousands of years ago. They could be traced back to the ancient times. The founders of the past could not leave behind many things, and the generations of their disciples and disciples had also changed many generations like the mortals. The rules of this world were not strong enough, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin. For people who lived in such an environment all year round, there would not be any abnormalities, but they could clearly feel that all aspects were very— oh no! Most of the lives that were born in such a situation were determined by the heavens and the earth. Lives like the little blue dragon girl who had lived for more than 5,000 years were quite rare. More of them passed by naturally in the torrent of time, and a lifetime or a few decades passed by in the blink of an eye. For immortal beings like them, a lifespan of a few decades was probably very unimaginable. Their lives were too short, and there were too many things to do. A few decades was not enough to squeeze in. Moreover, how long could the time that they could truly devote to sprinting with all there might be? It was hard to imagine. After all, they had lived for too long. "Are you the guests that the gatekeeper disciple at the foot of the mountain announced? Did you come from the Pan Mountain Road?" A young girl dressed in a white robe suddenly appeared on the long corridor built around the mountain. She sized up Yun Nuashing and the others and nodded. "Please follow me. Everyone is here." Finally, there's someone who knows how to talk. The little blue dragon girl rolled her eyes and followed them without hesitation. She asked casually, "What are you all busy with?" "What is that Ching Su guy doing? He said that there are guests." "Who are they?" The young girl was stunned for a moment. After sorting out her thoughts for a while, she chuckled softly and said, "Senior, it's just a long-awaited gathering. People from the Penglai immortal realm have come. We don't know if they have said anything to Grandmaster Ching Su. It's just that at this time, the accompanying Penglai elders and the people from the Kunlun immortal realm have gathered together to discuss the Tao." They walked to the end of the long corridor built around the mountain and came to a platform. The arrangement of the buildings on the back of the mountain was similar to what they had seen just now. It was also a stretch of buildings built from top to bottom along the mountain. However, the buildings on this side seemed to be more magnificent. They should have arrived at the core area. From afar, they could see that the mountain range had closed into a small basin. Yun Nuashing once again caught the feeling of the weak power of the stars descending. His gaze fell on the mountain in the distance. The arrangement of the mountains was all arranged according to the positions of the stars. However, he didn't know much about the starry sky here. If he didn't explore it carefully, he wouldn't be able to see anything. The young girl brought them to a place next to a cliff. It was a spacious courtyard. There were ancient marks of Tao on the surrounding walls. At this moment, there was a large group of young people gathered at the edge of the courtyard. They surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They couldn't see what was going on inside. They could only hear voices coming from inside. Are these the foreign masters that senior brother was talking about? Just as the young girl brought them into the courtyard, they heard a voice that was directed at them. They looked up and saw a group of young people turn around and look at them. They kept sizing them up. Aren't they just a group of children? They look about the same age as us. Little children. The blue dragon girl was stunned. She covered her face with a gloomy expression. What the hell was going on along the way? Ching Su still hadn't come out. Was he really going to be stubborn until the end? The young girl's expression didn't change. She brought Yun Nuashing and the others, and was about to walk past them from the side. However, they were stopped by them. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. I also want to see these foreign masters. I heard that you came up from the mountain path. We have to learn from you. Why don't you go up and tell us? The people around them couldn't help but laugh softly, seeing that they were dressed differently from most of the people around them. They were probably from the Panglai immortal region. The blue dragon girl let out a long sigh of relief. She wasn't going to get angry with these juniors. If she wanted to vent her anger, she would vent it on someone who had seen them from the beginning but didn't show up. Make way. She waved her hand lightly and pushed them away. She pulled the young girl and walked past these people. They walked past the edge of the crowd and headed towards the main palace. Hold on. The main palace is where the seniors from the 2 immortal regions gather. Who do you think you are? How dare you barge in? Hey, don't tell me you really think you're very capable after climbing the mountain path. The people from the Panglai immortal region chased after them with strange expressions. The commotion caused by them attracted the attention of many people in the courtyard, including the middle-aged and elderly people who were surrounded in the center. They all looked surprised. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. The sky is going to turn dark if we delay any longer. If you ask me, it's good to barge in from the beginning. It's annoying to follow the rules. When the time comes and we get into trouble because of some trivial matter, I won't help to save the situation. The little blue dragon girl rubbed her forehead, feeling a slight headache as well. These years have been too peaceful. How can I have the time to care about other things when I'm discussing Tao? We've been cooped up in the deep mountains for too long. No one recognizes me anymore. The golden color in her eyes became sharper and sharper. Scales quietly appeared on her face. So, make way. The mighty draconic aura suddenly exploded like a storm, causing everyone who was close to her to stiffen. They couldn't resist that domineering aura and immediately knelt on the ground. The faces of the people from the Panglai immortal region turned pale. As they were the closest, they were even pushed a long distance away by that force before they could stabilize themselves. The blue dragon girl took a deep breath. She didn't care that the main palace was right in front of her. She immediately roared, "Ching Su, you old bastard. If you don't come out to receive guests, I'll flatten the Kunlun immortal region today." We couldn't help but clap. Do you need help? Shaolan. You want to turn this place into the Kunlun Basin, right? Chapter 1788. The mighty dragon's aura pressed everyone to the ground like dominoes. The little blue dragon girl charged forward without any obstruction and slammed open the door to the hall. She thought it would be like this. The explosive dragon's aura and the power of that shout created a medium-sized crater in the ground. Everyone present couldn't withstand the 5,000-year-old dragon's aura. They all knelt to the ground in fear. The little blue dragon girl humphed softly and stood in place, waiting for Ching Su to come out and greet her. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't see any movement from the hall in the distance. She suddenly felt a little awkward. Amidst the awkwardness, she felt a piercing gaze on her back. Just as she was about to turn around and explain herself, the people kneeling on the ground all stood up in unison. She was stunned by the sight. This group of juniors stood up despite the pressure she exerted on them. Ah! The little blue dragon girl was shocked by this action. She said in a daze, "Are the youngsters these days already so powerful? The 5,000-year-old dragon's aura has been cancelled out." We couldn't help but poke Xiao Lan's back with his words. She was furious. This guy hasn't said anything nice ever since he came in. And why did he deliberately mention 5,000-year-old dragon's aura? The blue sky suddenly seemed to darken a little. Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky in surprise, but didn't see any changes. She blinked a few times, then felt that it seemed a little too quiet. There were several hundred people in this courtyard. Even when they were discussing, there were still whispers. Now, this group of people had stood up against Xiao Lan's dragon's aura, but they had all stopped moving. It was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Yun Nuashing slowly turned her head to look at these people. Aside from the faint sound of energy vibrations, there wasn't any other sound in the courtyard. It was as if there were several hundred wandering souls standing in front of them. These people were all staring at them with their heads lowered. Their eyes emitted an abnormal green light, but they didn't seem to have any problems, because they had forcefully stood up against the dragon's aura. Some people's bodies had already cracked from the pressure. Blood was spurting out of their bodies, but they didn't react at all. It was as if they couldn't feel the pain and couldn't feel the immense pressure descending from the sky. He was like a puppet that did not feel anything. Such an abnormal scene, coupled with the fact that hundreds of people were staring at them with glowing green eyes, made the scene look like a horror movie. Anyone could tell that something was wrong. The group of people from the Peng Lai Immortal region were the closest to them. Just like everyone else, they were staring at them with their green eyes. They were motionless and silent, as if they were toys that had not been wound up enough and were frozen in place. What is going on? The little blue, draconic girl furrowed her brow in confusion. She saw that some of the people were injured by the draconic aura. She hesitated for a moment and slowly released her aura. In the end, there was still no movement from anyone. She could not help but walk up to those people who had turned into puppets and waved her hand in front of them. However, no one responded. What the hell is going on? It can't be that you've been turned silly by the pressure, right? Phone. Hui came to Maple's side, his eyes glowing with a faint golden light, scanned the surroundings and whispered, "Do you see anything?" "I can't see anything." Yun Nuashing shook her head. "I can't see anything in my current state." Hui inhaled a breath of cold air. He could confirm that there was some kind of abnormal trouble. It might be his problem that he could not detect anything. If Feng could not detect anything, then there must be something wrong with this matter. It was actually easy to deal with the problem that they could not detect in their current state. They just had to raise their state a little. He had said so much just to express the seriousness of the problem here. It was not to the extent that they had to use their self-sealing power. They just had to raise their state a little so that their current power would gradually approach the upper limit of the three elements realm. They increased it little by little until they almost reached the upper limit, that they suddenly felt the abnormality. "Foam, their consciousness and souls have been sealed together," Hui whispered. Hui said softly. His gaze swept across the space in front of him. It was slightly gloomy and dark, as if the sky had darkened. There seems to be something wrapped around them. I can't tell at the moment. It's like the dark aura we encountered, but if I look closely, I can feel the obvious difference. That's strange, that's strange. Are these juniors really all stupid? The little blue dragon girl circled around and returned to Yun Nuashing's side. She said to them, I can't sense their aura at all. They are clearly in front of us, but when I look directly into their eyes, I feel as if there is a great distance between us. What are they doing here? Yun Nuashing frowned. A Tao discussion. If what this little girl said is right, it should be a rare gathering of people from the two great immortal realms. It's like holding a lecture, letting some of the elders come out to explain things about cultivation to the juniors, impart some experience and talk about some secrets at the same time. As far as I know, this has happened many times, but I have never heard of such a situation happening. She waved her hand and pointed to the courtyard where a group of puppets were. They have all become idiots. They don't react no matter how much I move. Hui said, when they were discussing Tao, you smashed them with your draconic aura. They should be considered lucky if they only became idiots, right? That can't be. Not everyone is in a state of enlightenment or cultivation. It's still acceptable if only some people go crazy. But how can they all become idiots? The little blue dragon girl waved her hand again and again, with a nervous look on her face. Moreover, when I first came in, I could clearly feel that this place was full of vitality, but now I can sense it again. When she said this, Yun Nuashing and the others all felt it. At this moment, there was a dead silence all around. There was still the aura of life in the entire Kunlun immortal realm, but there was no sign of life. It was as if it had become a barren land in an instant. There was no sign of life, but just before the draconic aura rushed out, everything was still fine. Sure enough, it was you who made them stupid. Hui clapped his hands and decided, this really has nothing to do with me. Okay, don't joke around. Yun Nuashing shook her head and took Zhou Zibai to lead the way forward. Let's go find the person you were talking about first. I'm starting to have a bad feeling. Huey's face twitched. As everyone knew, when the most troublesome aggregation in the void expressed an ominous premonition, it was usually the time when the two of them began to quarrel. From this moment on, regardless of whether the cause of this matter had anything to do with them or not, they would definitely be involved in the consequences. In other words, no matter what happened next, he did not need to be surprised, because it was normal no matter what happened next. He just did not expect that he could not get rid of this big trouble even after coming to the Three Elements realm. The group of people quickly headed towards the main hall. Just as they were about to pass through the courtyard, their vision suddenly blurred. An obvious spatial ripple that was completely undisguised enveloped them. Yun Nuashing reacted in an instant. The violent spatial power rushed towards the other spatial power that was about to sweep them away. However, his power only fiercely collided with the teleportation space before slowly dissipating. Even he was stunned when he saw this. The fleeting opportunity was not seized. The unknown spatial energy swept them away from their original place. The space in front of them suddenly turned into a dim, stone corridor. The corridor itself was a passage with no obstructions on all sides. It was suspended in midair. This space seemed to be built with a large number of stones and underground palace. Oh, a stone cage. It was probably more than 1,000 meters in length and width. The passage they were in was suspended in midair in this stone cage. Behind them was a hard and cold wall. They could not see the door, and there was nothing special. It seemed that there was no way to get here without being teleported. Phone! Something happened just after we finished talking. We couldn't help but murmur. Yun Nuashing also felt a little speechless. That ominous premonition obviously appeared for a few seconds. It was only to the extent that they had just finished talking. They were thrown to an unknown place. This is the dungeon behind the main hall. The little blue dragon girl looked around. For a moment, she did not understand why they were thrown here. When she was looking around, she suddenly pointed to the front. Ah! Yun Nuashing and Hui turned their eyes in an instant. In front of the entire suspended passage, there was a white shadow flashing by. Without thinking, they directly chased forward. Xiaolon, who was half a step slower, quickly pulled Zhou Zibai to keep up. They ran wildly in this winding, suspended passage. closely chasing the light shadow. Seeing it run into a square, small box in front of the passage, they also quickly sped up and rushed into it. But the other party had already disappeared. Seeing a ghost in broad daylight, there is no breath and no life. Is it really haunted? We looked around and couldn't help but mutter. Yun Nuashing looked around. Around the small box, in addition to the entrance behind them, there was only the farthest door in front of them. There was a little probability that the glowing figure ran out from that place. However, since that thing was not as fast as them, and they did not feel any energy fluctuations, this idea was stifled before it rushed into their minds. Unless it was really a ghost shadow. You guys run slower. This dungeon is quite complicated. The little blue dragon girl and the other two caught up a little later. They let out a long sigh of relief. This place was abandoned before it was completed. There are many traces of the Great Way that were left unfinished. There are also many traces of the Great Way. If those things have not been wiped out by time, they are definitely a hidden danger. A dungeon that was abandoned before it was completed? Hui scratched his head. Then why was it built in the first place, and why was it abandoned? In the past, the dungeon was used to imprison prisoners of hostile forces or disciples who had made big mistakes, but that was in the past. When the Kunlun Wonderland was first built, it also subconsciously built a dungeon. However, later it was found that such a large space was not needed, so it stopped building. Now, only a large cave was open to imprison disciples who had made mistakes. This place was abandoned and has not been dealt with or destroyed. Over time, only a few people may know that there is an abandoned dungeon hidden behind the main hall. Compared to this, have you guys caught up with that thing just now? I think its back looks a little familiar. We didn't catch up with it. When we came here, we couldn't even see its shadow. Hui shook his head. In the gloomy and cold dungeon, a faint light from an unknown place barely illuminated the space here. In a place full of dust mixed with sand and dust piled up into a small mountain in the corner. There was a huge spider web hanging there, but the nest builder was nowhere to be seen. This small square box seemed to be a hall, and there were traces of abandonment everywhere. A cold wind from an unknown place blew past, bringing with it strange and bleak syllables, as if there were countless creatures whispering vaguely, which made people's hair stand on end. When Xiaolon heard those voices, her scalp was a little numb. She quickly pulled Zhou Jibai to Yun Nuashing's side and grabbed him. Ugh, every time I come to this place, it's like it's haunted. I didn't expect to come here again. Yun Nuashing, why are you grabbing me? I feel that you can ward off evil spirits. Yun Nuashing, what a strange function. No, shouldn't this be Hui? That guy is a shield. Hui seemed to have sensed his thoughts and grinned at him. I can ward off ghosts at most, but you can beat them. That's what I mean. They passed through this deserted hall that seemed to be haunted at any time and place. At the end was still a suspended corridor, and in front of them was another hall. If there were no accidents, they should see the same layout all the way down. They might have come to the deepest part of the dungeon, and these square boxes should be the space used to hold people, but they were abandoned, so it was empty and nothing was added. However, it wasn't completely empty when they passed through 5 halls in a row. In front of the 6th hall in the passage ahead, 2 burning torches suddenly appeared. The swaying flames swayed on the wall. The torches were burning with spiritual energy, and there was no trace of them being extinguished at all. The swaying blue flames made this gloomy place look even colder. Under the 2 torches hanging on the wall, 2 figures stood with their hands behind their backs. Looking at their white robes, they should be people from Kunlun Wonderland, but they didn't make any sound. Yun Nuashing could feel that the little blue dragon girl was pulling his arm, and it was a little painful. Are you afraid of ghosts? He couldn't help but ask. No, I think this atmosphere is a little scary. I'm afraid of things that suddenly jump out. But if it's in front of us from the beginning, there won't be a problem. Xiaolon shook her head vigorously. The group of people carefully approached the 2 guys who looked like guards. The eyes of the two of them were glowing with blue light. They looked at the dark space in front of them blankly, as if they were monitoring something, but they turned a blind eye to the arrival of the five of them. Their consciousness and souls are in a sealed state, just like the people outside. Hui looked around and said to Feng and the others, there are no traces of their souls being consumed. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being. Xiao Lan looked at the two guards strangely. Strange. The dungeon has been abandoned for thousands of years. Why are there guards here? Did that guy Qing Su activate the dungeon? The gloominess and darkness in the 6th hall seemed to have doubled. As soon as they walked in, they could feel an abnormal cold wind blowing towards them. Their expressions all changed. The gloomy aura was very strong. It was even stronger than the gloomy aura that had settled in the space where Xiaolan was imprisoned for 4 to 5 years. It was even crazier and colder. I think I know why they sent people to guard it. Huey's cheeks twitched a few times. Xiaolan sweated profusely. I think I understand it too. This dungeon was most likely used to imprison that fragment. There was still a considerable amount of gloomy aura left in this hall. That energy was about to transform into pure chaotic energy. Only God knew what it had experienced and done to make its aura become so crazy and cold. At this moment, the empty hall seemed to directly tell them some important news. The fragment was gone. It might have broken the seal and left the dungeon long ago. The remaining gloomy aura here, the aura here is just a remnant aura. It's not the kind of aura that's deeply rooted and will sprout. Hui suddenly realized something. He waved his hand, and a burst of golden energy brushed past. The gloomy and dark feeling in the hall instantly weakened by half. The gloomy energy here was just a string of bubbles that could be easily dealt with. This sprout sounded very spiritual. Zhou Zibai instantly regarded it as a herb that had been growing for decades. As for the fragment that was left here, based on their current understanding, it should have run away after the seal was broken. They didn't know where it went. The time when the seal was broken. Since there was such a remnant aura left, it might not have been transferred for a long time. However, Hui and the others couldn't explain why it didn't leave behind the gloomy aura that would devour the surrounding energy. After all, they didn't understand this thing very well, so they couldn't explain it. Just the remnant, ordinary energy had already revealed such a degree of aura. The danger of this thing might be far higher than they thought at the beginning. However, it was still within the range that could be solved by self-sealing. It was not worth it to make such a big move, probably. A fragment that broke away. Could it be that the people in Kunlun Wonderland were affected by the aura left behind by the fragment? The blue dragon girl muttered to herself and shook her head, but it doesn't seem like it. As far as I know, the lives that are tainted by that aura will fall into an uncontrollable state of mania and extremes. What we see now is that they are frozen like puppets. Their souls and consciousness are sealed. The blue dragon girl was startled as she spoke. If that's the case, Qing Su hasn't come out all this time. Could it be maybe they have already been affected from the beginning, so they have been staying in the place where they should be, unable to move at all? Hui said, and when we came halfway up the mountain, we happened to encounter the spreading of this aura in the dungeon. It just happened to control the remaining people. Also, I have a rough guess. Maybe the target of the infection is different. In the space that you are guarding, only the beasts were controlled by the gloomy aura. However, the target this time has changed to humans. Perhaps the trace of consciousness hidden deep in the bottom of the spirit can still barely control itself. It is only temporarily completely isolated from the outside world. However, this kind of influence is too deep and difficult to detect. It might not be able to completely control everyone at once. After all, these hundreds of people are also cultivators. It is unrealistic to hold them down all at once and let them wreak havoc. The blue dragon girl's expression changed. Lives controlled by the gloomy aura. She had not seen anyone being controlled so far, so she subconsciously thought Hui changed his expression and continued, "It's just that there will always be a time when the control at the shallow level spreads to the deeper level. If, before he finished speaking, the blue dragon girl turned into a bubble and rushed out, Yun Nuashing and the others were all startled. He raised his hand and held Zhou Zibai under his arm. He also turned into a shadow and rushed out. The group of people rampaged in the dungeon. After passing through 2 halls, they rushed out of the dungeon. As soon as they plunged into the corridor of the main hall, the gloomy aura that hit them in the face made the bubble that was sprinting in front stop at once. The memory of being beaten up and taught a lesson 4 or 5 years ago came to her mind, making her hair stand on end. She stopped in horror and quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing. "How badly were you educated in the past to be so fearful?" We could not help but cover his face with a wry smile. This guy who claimed to be one of the reclusive guardians had already established a nervous reflex based on smelling a strong gloomy aura and made a quick retreat. In short, it's very bad. If it wasn't bad, I wouldn't be so cowardly. Xiao Lan trembled and quickly pointed to the corridor in front of them. "Go forward, that's the direction of the main hall." Yun Nuashing heard this and looked to the other side of the corridor, but I feel the aura of life coming from this side. The blue dragon girl looked back and her expression changed slightly. That's the place that leads to the cemetery, the morning hall. It's the place to worship Qing Su's master and all the lives that have passed away in the Kunlun fairyland. Generally speaking, people rarely go there. He scratched his head towards the corridor and suddenly said, "The morning hall and the artifact fragments. What do you think? Zhou Zibai walking rotten meat and... No, there are no bodies there. They were all cremated." Xiao Lan waved her hand and looked around in confusion. In the end, she gritted her teeth and pulled Yun Nuashing towards the morning hall in the cemetery. "We'll listen to you. Let's go this way." The road to the cemetery was actually not very long in her memory. If they walked slowly, it should only take 2 or 3 minutes. But now they had been running on this road for 10 minutes. It was as if they were walking in an endless dark corridor. When she mentioned this, Yun Nuashing and the others all stopped. It's the distortion of space. We reached out and knocked on the space beside him. Substantial energy ripples gently spread out in the space as if they were wrapped in a layer of film. Now we can confirm some things. Xiao Lan pulled Yun Nuashing's arm. "What things?" "Just some." We stuttered and did not say anything. Some very bad things. In fact, he had felt it before entering the dungeon. At that time, he needed to increase his strength until he was close to the upper limit of the 3 elements realm before he could barely see the abnormality here. In addition, it was silent. If Xiao Lan did not say anything, he would not have noticed the distortion of space. Phone, it's the power of the rules, and it's a very powerful one for the 3 elements realm. It's enough to temporarily deceive us in our self-sealed state. Although our own rules are strong enough to not be directly affected by the attacks of the rules, this kind of large-scale attack directly affects the area without hostility. It's really hard to detect it in a short time. Hui said in his soul. As he spoke, he smiled bitterly. They had sealed themselves and sealed their perception. The following road might need them to increase their strength a little. At least, they had to pull it to the same level. Otherwise, they would not know if they were plotted against. Although they would not be hurt, there were 2 people beside them who would be affected. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. That's really interesting. The power of the rules close to the upper limit of the 3 elements realm. What do you think? The upper plane, the center of the upper plane of the 3 elements realm. But according to its essence, it should be. We took a deep breath. Something from the depths of the chaotic void. Chapter 1789. The void was infinite in size. Usually, some people like to use the term sea of the void to roughly describe the place that was difficult to be explored. However, it was not a flat sea but an ocean with a 3-dimensional and complex shape. From the outside to the inside, the closer one was to the center, the more 3-dimensional it would be. That was, the more components there would be in the void. To put it in a convenient way, it was like the sea suddenly bulged, and the highest point was the center. Using the shape of the three-dimensional sea to describe the void, it was probably easier to understand the difficulty of crossing the upper, middle, and lower planes. Going from the lower plane to the middle and upper planes was like going against a waterfall. On the other hand, if the things from the upper plane wanted to go to the middle and lower planes, it was as simple as going down the waterfall. As long as they did not fall into the water with a drop of more than 10,000 meters, there would be no problem. Generally speaking, this was just a simple description of the existential gap between planes. Things that came from the upper plane to the lower plane, as long as they did not smuggle in through normal means, their existence itself was a disaster to the lower plane, a natural disaster originating from the void. Therefore, when Hui learned that the fragment, no, the divine artifact, might have come from the center of the upper plane or the center of the chaotic void of the same status, Hui felt a headache coming. He did not expect that the trivial thing he thought was at the beginning would suddenly be magnified to such an extent. It was like a newbie rushing out after receiving a task to find the traces of a monster. The first 2 traces he found indicated that the monster was a weakling, until he rushed to the front of the monster and found that the monster was just pretending to be weak, waiting for the newbie to come and kill him. Then there was nothing. Everything related to this thing was either gone or almost gone. Life in the lower plane did not have the power to resist the divine artifact from the upper plane. This was not the 8 elements realm. The 3 planes in the 8 elements realm were not so different, and everyone could come and go. The void in the 8 elements realm was like a small bump in the void hill that could at least be walked over with legs. In the 3 elements realm, it was like a cliff-like waterfall, and a group of lives similar to mortals could not fly and had to swim to and fro. What the hell? It was more like self-expiation. In short, when he, Maple, and the little girl knew what the situation was, they had already prepared the power of rule. No matter what they encountered later, as long as the monster tried to resist, they would use the power of rule and the power of order to smash it to the ground and tie it up tightly before proceeding to the next step. Hui used the power of rule to break the distorted space that he did not know when they had been sucked into. He looked around and found that they were still in the same place. The tunnel that led to the dungeon embedded in the wall was not far behind them. They should have been running in the same place for 10 minutes. After breaking the distorted space, there would be no problem for them to leave. This time, they kept the power of rule and order running, so nothing could suppress their senses. Hey, what did you do just now? Xiaolon could not help but tug at Yun Nuoxing's hand. I didn't feel anything, and you guys broke the distorted space. It's just a simple break. The degree of distortion is not strong. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and responded casually. She still did not know how to explain the power of rule to people at the ambiguous level of Great Tao and Heavenly Axiom. It was quite a headache for her to explain the power of rule and order that they had mastered. She just had to fool them a little. Anyway, he was not lying. It was indeed a simple break. Is the morning hall in front? While they were talking, they had already reached the end of the corridor. The spacious corridor gradually narrowed after a while, as if they had walked into another seamless corridor, and the end was in front. Under their feet was a ground made of stone. There were ancient and almost faded stone pillars supporting the ceiling here. From between the 2 stone pillars, they could see the scenery outside. It was built on the edge of a cliff, and the lighting was good. It was like a place suitable for sunbathing in a courtyard. Sitting between the stone pillars and stretching out one's legs, one could be in a daze for an entire day. Walking to the innermost part of the stone ground, there was a door made of some kind of metal material in front of them. The style was slightly different, and it seemed to be different from the buildings in the Kunlun Wonderland. That Gai Qing, Su rebuilt it later. The morning hall you see is not where the original morning hall was. The little blue dragon girl sighed. Although I haven't been here for a long time, that guy always comes over to talk to me every time he makes something new. Even if I haven't been here for many years, I still feel that it's not strange. Zhoujibai made no sound. This was a grandmaster who liked to do his own renovations. Moreover, every time he did some renovations or had a new idea, he would talk to his good friend endlessly. She felt that she could almost imagine what kind of person this grandmaster of the Kunlun Wonderland was. The aura hovering here has climbed to the peak. No matter how strong the cultivator is, they can't resist this level of power. We reached out to the order barrier and shook it. He grabbed a wisp of dark aura in his hand and brushed it a few times. You guys better not go out and run into it. Although we can save you guys, the process will not be very pleasant. The little blue dragon girl trembled when she heard that. She quickly clamped Yun Nuoxing's arm with both hands. He looked at the little girl and rolled his eyes. You're almost wrapped around me. I'm scared. Xiao Lan snorted confidently. The little girl walked forward and pressed on the door made of some unknown metal. Her eyes flashed with a grayish-blue light. She turned back to Yun Nuoxing and the others and said, "The energy fluctuation inside this place is already at the peak level. It's very powerful. However, there seems to be something in this place that blocks the energy. It's barely able to weaken the spread of the internal energy. Preliminary judgment is that this aura should have taken root inside, and it's still releasing energy into the space. Could it be that the original body of the fragment ran here?" We murmured, subconsciously. He looked inside slightly. Without using the higher-level power of the order to look inside, he could only see a blur. "Foam, can you see the location of the signs of life inside?" "No, they're mixed together." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Her body also began to release a colorful energy luster. Basically, there are two possibilities. Either they've merged into one, or they're still struggling. He took 2 steps forward. Just as he was about to move, he looked at the 2 girls who seemed to be carrying him forward. He rolled his eyes again. He tried to push them, but they didn't move. Yun Nuoxing sighed helplessly and stepped back. "Hui, you go open the door. Help to prepare the void domain. If there's a chance, remove this place from the reality realm. If necessary, I'll directly destroy it." After saying this, we had already walked forward. A grayish-blue light surged on the little girl's body. Because of the appearance of the power of God's destruction and the void domain, the space began to tremble. Before she could really use it, it was almost about to fall into the void. We groped around the door twice. He tilted his head and gave Foam the thumbs up. The latter nodded back. Then he pressed both hands on the door and pushed it open slightly. The heavy metal door made a heavy moving sound as it slowly opened. The scene inside appeared in everyone's sight. Immediately after, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched slightly. The little girl also subconsciously used the void domain to envelop the place. From this moment on, all connections between this space and the reality realm were isolated. He slowly shook his head. Alas, such a pity. The morning hall was very quiet. There were no monsters from the abyss of chaos crawling around inside, nor were there any ghostly things that had already become unrecognizable walking inside. Huge black energy runes hung in the sky of the morning hall. Countless palm-sized energy runes and mysterious energy patterns floated and moved in the air. Without exception, they were filled with a huge amount of energy. The energy released by these runes turned into something solid. It was like a rope that extended out from it. One end was connected to a huge mass of black energy in the air, and the other end was tied to 13 figures and hung in the air. It seemed that the ink-like huge mass of energy was constantly growing through them. The densely packed energy runes filled the entire morning hall, and it also made the place look like a coiled silk cave that was entangled with black spider silk. Dark energy dripped from the energy threads to the ground, turning into a rising black mist that penetrated into the ink mass in the air. The latter was like a small sun that was slowly taking shape. Its light would darken regularly for a period of time, and then it would regain its brightness. Then it would strengthen the light. There was some kind of terrifying thing that was shrinking in the core of this small sun, waiting to break out of its cocoon. As its light changed, the spider silk in the room would also flicker, making the spacious space look abnormally gloomy. The 13 people made Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan think of the ancient human sacrifice, and they felt nauseous. I think that this thing already needs to be dealt with in a way that is not standard. The little girl looked at the constantly changing ink mass and tilted her head to Hui. Probably not for the time being. Besides, even if it is something from the chaos void, even if it is formed, it is still limited by the rules of this place. At most, we can just raise the rules and order to the peak. It will only take a little effort to deal with it. Hui shook his head. While he was talking, he was raising the power of his rules and order. At the same time, he looked around. The space and rules of this place have become unbalanced under the influence of the chaos power. If we had come a little later, it would have been a big problem. I think that there are not many things that need to be dealt with by you guys personally. It is not a big problem. The little girl could not help but complain. Hui thought carefully. That seems to be the case. Every time they come out at the critical moment to clear the place. That's not bad. No. What is he so proud of? Phone! Hui shouted and turned around. You! Yun Nuashing was speechless for a while and looked at him helplessly. At this moment, the Blue Dragon Girl and Zhou Zibai, one on the left and one on the right, tied him up. The two little girls, whether they were 5,000 years old or 20 years old, obviously had never seen such a horrifying scene. When the door was opened, their pretty faces were pale, and they were so scared that they couldn't speak. They were scared, but they also wanted to see. It was good that they didn't get scared. It would be better if they could leave him a hand. No, he really wasn't a rag doll. Why did he have to be tied up the moment he was in danger? Wouldn't it have been better to leave him with an arm? Although sometimes it didn't matter whether he used his arm or not, he was just a little unhappy that he was being used as a doll to ward off evil. He muttered to himself for a long time. He smiled bitterly and held his head. Forget it. Just look after the two girls. You should come and save me. The group of people slowly walked into the morning hall. The order barrier was pushed forward, and when it touched the ground or the water droplets that fell from the sky, it would become slightly brighter. The dark energy would sizzle and disappear instantly like boiling water, leaving behind a stench of the collision between order and chaos. This stench was not that easy to filter out. The three of them were already used to it. However, the moment Xiaolan and Zhou Zibai smelled this stench, their faces turned green. A surge of acid rushed up their throats, and they immediately fell to the ground and vomited. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a while and said to herself, this is the stench on a conceptual level. It's 10,000 times more stimulating than the smell alone. Xiao Lan vomited until her face turned red. Tears gushed out uncontrollably. She said with a sobbing tone, "What the hell is this?" "It stinks." He turned back to check on Zhou Zibai's condition. This girl's realm and physique were more than one level lower than Xiaolan's. However, the two of them were almost the same in terms of the power of order. So the result was the same. Although she vomited happily, it was not harmful. It was just disgusting. She just had to get used to it. He squatted down and pressed his hand on the heads of the two girls. The power of order and the power of the order with a weak aura of the origin energy turned into a barrier and fell on them. The two of them immediately felt that the stench that made their noses drop seemed to be a little lighter. It was barely acceptable. The churning in their stomachs had also subsided. They no longer felt dizzy. The little blue, draconic girl touched her head, subconsciously. However, she did not have time to ask what it was. When she saw Yun Nuashing and the others walking inside, she quickly washed herself and Zhou Zibai with water. Only then did she continue to follow Yun Nuashing. This time, she did not dare to leave him. She wanted to stick to him. Hey, what the hell is this thing? The little blue, draconic girl looked up at the threads that were hanging all over the morning hall. She looked at the unusually vicious, dark energy that gathered negative energy. She only felt her scalp tingling. This thing did not seem to be of the same level as the one she dealt with. However, they should be the same. Since they were all fragments, shouldn't they emit the same level of aura? However, the aura of the fragments in the morning hall was simply like another thing, a kind of energy that no one and no ordinary life can come into contact with. There is no way to use this kind of energy. It is the most troublesome and the worst thing in the world. Yun Nuashing scanned the morning hall with his colorful eyes. He found the location of the fragment. It was in the mass of ink. It was actively and consciously recovering its power. It seemed that this fragment and the divine artifact were not simple. The little blue, draconic girl saw that they were only slightly on guard. It was not to the extent of being very serious and dignified. She was a little confused. Then why can you touch them? We're not human. I've told you from the beginning. Yun Nuashing saw that the little blue, draconic girl wanted to continue asking. He shook his head. Let's talk about this topic when we have time. For now, let's deal with this. The little blue, draconic girl's heart palpitated when she saw the mass of ink. The black energy mass that was floating in the air was rolling and squirming. It was constantly releasing waves of energy that made people's hair stand on end. That energy would reach its peak when it emitted the brightest dark light. When she looked up, she could vaguely see a viscous energy vortex condensing in the air. It was rooted in this space. However, it was suppressed by a grayish-blue power that was equivalent to its status. It was trapped in this space. No matter which kind of power it was countless times more powerful than all the powers she had seen in the 5,000 years that she had witnessed. They were not even on the same level. The so-called strongest power in the ancient times was like a grain of sand in front of them. It was meaningless. Its movements have suddenly sped up. The little girl who was monitoring the scene suddenly spoke. She turned to look at Hui. The part of the power of chaos that we came in to clean up has stimulated it. It's now speeding up its recovery. Boom! A dull tremor suddenly erupted from the entire space. The mass of ink and the cave of the coiling silk suddenly continued to dim when the light reached its dimmest. It was as if a spark had been extinguished. This state lasted for 3 seconds. Then they became bright again. They reached the brightest level at a speed that was several times faster than the cycle that they saw just now. And this time there was no intention of stopping. It was still releasing its own energy, increasing the brightness of the dark light to another level. It was as if it was brewing into a star. Just as they thought that it was going to explode with a bang and make defensive preparations, it maintained its unusually bright state. There was no next step. Everyone was a little surprised. They were all prepared, but in the end they did not. They did not know if they should be happy or disappointed. Although its movements have sped up, its energy has obviously not gathered to the extent that it can explode. The little girl hurriedly said and looked at the 13 people. However, it has been stimulated. It will not slow down for a period of time. Now, it seems that the movement inside it is more than 1,000 times stronger than just now. In another 12 minutes, it should reach a peak. By then it will explode or something else. In short, it will not be a good thing. That means there are still 12 minutes to deal with it. That's enough. Hui raised his hand and placed the guardian's sword and guardian's shield on the ground. He rolled up his sleeves. Then he saw Maple shaking his head. He could not help but be stunned. In 12 minutes, we have to sink this place into the void and destroy it. Now, we have to start preparing, under the condition that we don't use the self-sealing power. He heard Maple say faintly, "Hey, is it that urgent?" Hui grimaced. The next second, he immediately turned into a golden light and rushed out. He raised his sword and cut off the energy ropes of the 13 people who were hanging in the air. He waved his hand and threw them into the realm of order. See if they are still alive. Let me set up this morning hall. I will be done in 2 minutes. I said to sink this whole place into the void and blow it up. Yun Nuashing hurriedly added. Hui was stunned. The little girl was also stunned. They said in unison, What do you mean? The colorful light on Yun Nuashing's body gathered in his eyes and converged toward the space in front of him, projecting what he saw in the air. From his perspective, he saw the morning hall that was trapped by the realm of void. He saw the main hall next to the morning hall and the 3 mountains of Kunlun Wonderland. He also clearly saw the dark point with the morning hall as the center. Dense energy, threads spread out and wrapped around the 3 mountains. Looking at the dense marching route, it seemed that they would eventually spread to the entire Kunlun Wonderland. However, it seemed that the realm of void was launched in time and suppressed the momentum from the root. However, the remaining chaotic energy outside was still affected by the core at this moment and was releasing a bright, dark light. Hui and the others suddenly remembered the hundreds of people who were controlled by the not-so-strong dark energy like puppets. They immediately reacted, You said to blow it up. Xiao Lan almost fainted when he heard his words. Even if it is separated by the realm of void, it still can't stop the connection between them. Now, it is enough to mobilize the remaining energy outside to take root in this space and merge them into one. If the realm of void was not launched in time, it could have invaded the entire Kunlun Wonderland faster. If it is not destroyed before the 11 minutes countdown ends, this little blue ball will start to turn black uniformly with Kunlun Mountain as the origin. It will only take 2 hours for the whole thing to turn into a little black ball. By then, 7 to 8 billion people will be finished together. It was rare for Yun Nuashing to speak. So much here. As he spoke, he rolled his eyes. Damn it, it really became a countdown. Did you see what I said just now? We glared at him. You're the number 1 person in the void. Don't steal my number 1 prophet's job. The little girl covered her face. Is this the time to talk about this? The little blue dragon girl looked at the image reflected in front of her. It was an area that included 3 mountains. She thought if these 3 mountains were blown up, the Kunlun Wonderland would probably only be left with a shell, a high-quality shell. Then blow it up. The little blue dragon girl gritted her teeth and hurriedly dragged in Nuashing out. I saw that the direction of the gate is not affected, right? Let's go and move all the juniors to the gate. She had just dragged in Nuashing and Ji by halfway when she hurriedly turned back and waved her hand to bring along the 13 people who were plucked from the energy threads. She dragged more than 10 people and rushed out of the morning hall. I'll leave this place to you guys. You can go all out and blow them up. Hui and the little girl looked at each other and slapped his stomach. Why do you think everything becomes so complicated in our hands? The little girl rolled her eyes at him. This bastard really doesn't know his own limits. The concept of the 2 of you is so powerful that you are a powerful source of law emission, similar to energy sources. When the 2 of you automatically seek or explore certain things, those things would also subconsciously approach you to the extent that the laws and concepts allow. Probability, or some sort of change. This is the reason why one of you is the number 1 prick of the void, while the other is the number 1 prophet emperor of the void. It's all your fault. It's the same for the other primeval and origin realms? The little girl shook her head. I heard you guys say that the Observer and Guardian are related to the heart of the world of the gods. Perhaps this is the reason. There is no such connection for others. Hui smiled bitterly. Well, so this is Tianxi's trouble. Rounding it up, it's all the origin heavenly god's fault. Chapter 1790. There were many ways to deal with the presence of chaos. The simplest way was to use the power of order to get rid of it. However, most of the time, the presence of chaos wasn't a fool. It wouldn't just stand there and let them get rid of it. Usually, the presence of chaos liked to play tricks at the first opportunity. Their minds were either filled with development or destruction of order. Even if they were caught red-handed, they would resist to the death and make a scene. Even if they could get the job done safely, the process wouldn't be any better. For example, right now, the presence of chaos was determined to gather all the accumulated chaos energy together and then explode. Well, it wasn't actually that troublesome to deal with it. The troublesome part was that it had taken root in the real world. But even so, it wasn't a problem for them in their normal state. Once it took root, they could just dig it out. But now they had their hands and feet tied for fear of breaking the vases. They were afraid that if they shouted, they would crush the entire blue ball into nothingness along with the void and kill it. So they had to be very careful. Just like now, the countdown had reached 7 minutes, and he had just finished setting up the core of the order explosion in the morning hall. He put down the white energy cluster in front of him and looked up at the blob of ink. He sighed rather gloomily. Gangzhen, I really don't want to carefully calculate and carefully select such a simple and troublesome way to deal with such a tiny little chaotic weakling. That's right, I'm really not willing to do that. Haha, the little girl shrugged. Gangzhen, if you don't want to be troublesome, this little blue ball will be troublesome because it's not troublesome. We have dealt with the presence of chaos for so many years. Haven't you gotten used to it? Hui stomped his feet. It's because I'm used to it that it's disgusting and troublesome. It can be done with a slap, but now it's like a surgery. But Maple always uses the Netherworld Ruins sword to do the surgery. Why do I have to use a toothpick to do it slowly? It's because of the scene. Hui was speechless. He smiled bitterly. He felt that after coming to the tertiary realm, he had to deal with a lot of things that he did not have to deal with before. It was all because Maple was too violent. This kind of delicate and slow work should be handled by Maple. But now Maple's mind was filled with big scene, big explosion, big destruction, big. In short, there was no distinction between the severity of the matter. An observer who had lost his mind. Oh, I can't afford to offend him. What's the situation with the presence of chaos now? The little girl turned to look outside. After observing for a while, she quickly said, now the starting point of the power of order and the power of chaos is at the same place. The power of chaos that has taken root is already operating in its most violent state without any interference. Now, with the influence of the power of order that is above it, it has become a little more violent. But there is no change in time. The only thing that is affected is the change in the moment when the time is up. It will only cause a more violent change and not become calm. At the moment, the ink ball had formed a huge energy vortex around it. All the energy in the area was uncontrollably branded with the mark of chaos and became one with it. As for the power of order, although its level was higher, it had just taken shape. It had lost the support of the divine authority and the crushing power of the rules. It only had the advantage of having the strength of order that was stronger than the presence of chaos. At the moment, it was following the traces of the presence of chaos and branding its own aura, leaving its presence in the place where the presence of chaos covered. It looked like it was fighting for territory. That doesn't matter. Anyway, it's going to be thrown into the void to be dealt with. In this way, it's done here. Hui clapped his hands, turned around, and walked out of the morning hall. The little girl looked at him and said, but we still have to add a rule barrier here to prevent the conflict between the two forces from tearing it apart. Huh, you don't need it? Hui grinned and shook his head. She was stunned. He said, we're still using the simplest and most violent method. We don't plan to do those fancy things. Hearing that, the little girl turned around and looked at the Kunlun wonderland. The pure white energy runes were scattered all over the space. The power released by the resonance covered the entire mountain range. After seeing this scene for a moment, she said, oh, they're going to put on a traditional show. They're going to set off fireworks. At the entrance of the Kunlun wonderland, the few young gatekeepers were still leaning against the tree and chatting. It was not until a sudden earthquake came and the snow hanging on the tree was thrown on their heads that they came back to their senses. Is there such a big commotion over there? Ah, I also want to go and see. Why do we have to be the gatekeepers these days? Don't complain. It's just our duty. Anyway, it's not a big deal if we don't attend 1 or 2 small meetings. Besides, it's our turn to go to the Prunglai Wonderland in a month. I heard that there are many beautiful senior and junior sisters over there. Don't you look forward to it? Hey, it seems like it. Senior brother, what are you doing? A young man was stunned. He saw that his senior brother's eyes suddenly became dull. He walked forward in a daze and then froze in place. His hands trembled as he took out the long sword on his back. Seeing his senior brother's strange appearance, the few of them hurried forward. They were shocked when they saw the former's eyes were glowing with green light. They quickly went forward and pressed his shoulder to shake him back and forth. Senior brother? Senior brother, can you hear me? Senior brother? Wake up! Are you sleepy? What's going on? You don't look right. Didn't you just walk around the mountain path? Why did you come back? Before they finished speaking, there was another earthquake. It was so violent that it seemed as if the earth was about to crack under their feet. They even saw that the space barrier of the Kunlun Wonderland was exposed because of this. Just as they were panicking, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. When it approached the ground, it divided into dozens of parts and landed lightly on the snow in front of the gate. Upon closer inspection, they found that there were hundreds of people, and they were all members of the sect. All of them had gloomy faces, and their eyes were glowing with green light. It made the light in this place dim a little. The sight made their hair stand on end, and they almost screamed out loud. What happened in the Wonderland? Why did they become like this, like senior brother? Are you guys okay? The sound attracted their attention. When they turned around, they saw the seemingly powerful girl who had just gone up the mountain not long ago. She looked at them with a little surprise and nodded. It's good that you guys are okay. Take care of these people, and then stay here obediently. I don't have time to care about more things now. After saying this, the little girl Blue Dragon soared into the sky and rushed into the Wonderland again. They were stunned and couldn't figure out what had happened for a long time. His colorful eyes looked down at the entire Kunlun Wonderland. The size of this space was bigger than he had imagined. Looking down from midair, he could clearly see that below was a whirlpool-like pattern outlined by hundreds of mountain ranges. However, only the edge of the whirlpool was formed. In the center, there was a snowfield surrounded by high mountains that looked like a basin. Among them, the important mountain ranges and mountains were only placed on the side of the center, near the gate. Moreover, nearly 90% of the land in the Wonderland was completely empty land that was not used yet. Looking down at this world from a familiar perspective, he could naturally see the appearance of the aura of chaos and the aura of order entangled and spread. With them as the center, the range of their influence was centered on the 3 mountains, and it expanded to near the gate and the center of the snowfield. It was not a regular spherical shape, but a 3-dimensional rectangular column that included part of the sky and part of the ground. If he wanted to completely destroy the aura of chaos, he had to press this part of the space into nothingness. As for the fragments, forget about the fragments. That could only be left to fate. If he was lucky and was not involved in the devouring and destruction of the void and nothingness, there was still a chance for him to retrieve them. There was no other way. After all, he was in a self-sealing state. A lot of conditions were suppressed by him, and a lot of methods could not be used. If he really wanted to do as he pleased, he would have raised his hand and surrounded this weak aura of chaos with millions of arrays. In less than 3 seconds, he would be able to purify it into a wisp of smoke. However, this major premise was suppressed by Hui, so he could only take a detour and use some tricks. Jibai, be gentle. Although I don't need to breathe, you don't have to break my neck. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. Jibai wrapped her arms around his neck and closed her eyes, not daring to look down. Hearing this, she trembled and said, I'm afraid. No, you're afraid. Just follow Xiao Lan to the gate. If you stay here, there will be some movement later. I'm so afraid that I forgot about this. My brain is not working well. Yun Nuashing. All right, it was not that he could not understand. When the battle at the front line of the void was at its most intense, he almost did not use his brain. All his energy was used to deal with the battle. How's the arrangement? Xiao Lan's figure appeared beside him with a whoosh. Her aqua-blue long hair and tail were hanging in the air and swaying with the wind. She glanced at the scene and saw that it was slightly dark, as if the sunlight in this area had been weakened. Other than that, she did not find anything strange. Hui is making the final confirmation. There are still 3 minutes left in the countdown. There's still time. Yun Nuashing nodded. Hearing this, the little blue dragon girl looked at him with a slightly strange expression. Why do I feel that you become energetic when talking about such strange things? Energized. Yun Nuashing blinked and said to himself, Am I? Zhou Zibai closed her eyes and nodded vigorously, making him think about it carefully. However, he felt that he was no different from usual. If there was a difference, it was probably because he felt that the chaotic aura here was a little big. However, because the chaotic aura was not at the level of the 8th realm of elements, it did not make him feel more different. Rolling her eyes at this unconscious guy, Xiao Lan looked down at Hui and the little girl who were still doing something in that space. Suddenly she said, How are you going to blow it up? Are you going to blow up the entire Kunlun Wonderland? Peel off the entire space and throw it into the void to be destroyed. It won't affect this place at all. What? Peel it off and throw it to where? Xiao Lan was stunned. What kind of place is the void? Yun Nuashing tilted his head and glanced at her. The thoughts of trying my best to explain, glossing over it, and fooling around immediately appeared in his mind. In the end, he chose to fool her. In short, it won't affect this place. You don't have to worry about anything else. Xiao Lan was still confused. Scratching her head, she was about to ask further when the space beside her flickered. Hui and the little girl appeared together. It's done, it's done. But Feng, this thing has changed a little. It's rooted a little deeper. Although it won't affect the void, when it's torn from the space, there may be a big reaction. It should be its last struggle. Then just punch it in. There's no need to tear it. When the void wraps the entire space, cut off the space in one go and sink it into the void. Hui listened and thought for a while. Then he spread his hands. Then it's okay. When do we start? There are still 2 minutes left. Now. After handing Zhou Zibai over to Hui, Yun Nuashing floated a step forward. The colorful energy, light burst out from his body like a torrent. The little blue dragon girl who was close to him felt a sense of suffocation. She was so scared that her hair stood on end. She quickly retreated a long distance. We caught her before she ran into the danger zone in a panic. At the same time, the chaotic aura that had grown tens of thousands of branches appeared. In the blink of an eye, the two directly appeared in the space, entangled in all kinds of indescribable shapes. The chaotic aura had also approached that point in time, and it seemed to have a premonition of what was going to happen. In an instant, it became abnormally irritable. The speed of the energy flow increased by several times. There was also a strange energy movement in the place that was sealed by the void domain. A strange and sharp energy, whistling sound, suddenly burst out from the void domain. A violent energy, storm blew in the Kunlun Wonderland. The order energy, runes below, flickered violently like a lamp tube that was not in good contact, accompanied by the two order energies crazily bombarding each other in the space of the real world. The rules of the surrounding space had been reduced to the point that it was almost about to collapse. After a while, it was distorted into a fried dough twist. I'll leave the stability of the space of the real world to you guys. Yun Nuashing turned around and squeaked to Hui. In the next moment, a pair of azure wings popped out from her shoulder blades. The origin energy, was suddenly released. The space that was entangled by the order and chaos energies suddenly caved in, as if the ground had suddenly caved in. The surrounding space also showed a distorted scene of falling into it, and around the three mountains there was only pure darkness left. As the origin energy flashed past, that space was like a water droplet that was about to leave the real world. The caved-in big pit also bounced back in just 2 seconds and closed up again. When the distorted scene returned to normal, there was only a pit left where the three mountains were originally. Other than that, the world was so peaceful that it was as if nothing had happened. Where is he? Xiao Lan recalled the scene just now. She recalled the moment when the space water droplet dripped into the dark space. He also disappeared on the spot. She could not help but shudder. On the other side, he's dealing with the space that was dragged into the void and carrying out the final destruction, Hui replied simply. The little blue dragon girl scratched her head as she listened. She was a little anxious. So where is the void? This. Hui and the little girl looked at each other and shrugged. It's hard to say. Just think of it as another space that won't affect this space. The little blue dragon girl gritted her teeth. Isn't it the same as not saying anything? She wanted to know what the so-called void was. Her instincts told her that it was definitely but she did not know what to say. Her intuition, which had been down for thousands of years, finally worked for once, but in the end, she encountered something unspeakable. In the void, the two types of order energies inside the space that had been completely peeled off had already left the real world. Under the control of Yin Nuashing, they began to have fun. Left and right hooks were thrown at each other's faces without holding back. The void domain also lost its effect because it was in the void. The scene of the reckless battle between the chaos and order energies inside had also spread to the outside of the morning hall. In the void, the suppression effect is back. There's no need to seal myself. Yun Nuashing looked down at her palm and shook her head. That little life star was still a little strange. She did not know what was the reason why it could avoid being suppressed by the origin heavenly god shelter. The boiling chaotic energy quickly raised the light to another level. The remaining order energy was only acting as a bait and a detonation point, constantly stimulating the former. The barrier of order in that space had not yet been removed. At this moment, it was violently shaking under the rampaging energy. All the energy was moving uncontrollably and quickly occupying the entire space. Under such circumstances, the void also sensed that the trash that was thrown out was a little dangerous. It automatically gathered energy and wrapped the space that was about to reach its end. The chaotic energy was already devouring and disintegrating the sealed space. At the same time, it also seemed to be self-destructing. In just a few seconds, the casually constructed realm of order was already on the verge of collapse. Be careful. Step back a little. You're not in the 8 elements sector now. The voice of the little angel sounded in his mind. Yun Nuashing looked at the space that was being wrapped by the gathering energy of the void and shook his head. It's fine. It's fine even here. The flash of a cross suddenly appeared. Then, a bright light mixed with order and chaos was released in the void. The 3 types of energy were mixed in a big pot, increasing the commotion by more than 1,000 times. It seems like it can spread here. Yun Nuashing looked into the distance and sighed helplessly. Then, let's take a step back. You idiot! Step back! Just as he was about to step back, a pale golden figure suddenly rushed into his sight. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Perhaps because his brain was really weak, he did not react much. The beautiful figure jumped on his face and dragged him away. It was also at this time that the light that was wantonly destroying the void came crashing down. After a while, at a place some distance away from the scene of destruction, Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the void. There was only darkness there. There was no remnant energy remaining in the void. The release of energy had wiped out everything, and then he turned his head and saw the pale, golden figure. At this moment, she was looking at the void behind her with a face full of fear. She could not help but murmur, "The void can still produce such a large-scale energy explosion. Unbelievable. Originally, the void should not even be able to contain energy, her energy, wrapped around him. Of course, it was the power of order. Moreover, it should be the power of the highest level of order in the three elemental realms. Oh, and the power of the natural order as well, coupled with the color of the color and the clothes. He actually thought that the cloaked girl had suddenly rushed over. However, when he took a closer look, the girl did not have such a good figure. Even her voice was different. As for the little lady's surprise, that was his fault. The characteristics of the various things in the 8 elemental realms and the 3 elemental realms were a little different. It was the same for the void. They were used to fighting in the void and could resist the corrosion of the void in all aspects. Using the void as a battlefield was nothing out of the ordinary. However, in the eyes of someone who could stand in the void in the 3 elemental realms, it might be very unbelievable. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something. He looked at the figure, which seemed to be the figure he saw in the dungeon. "Have we met just now?" The girl, who was also wearing a white cloak, turned her head and smiled gently at him. "Not really. At most, we just passed by each other. Now we are officially meeting. Hello." The girl, who looked to be about 20 years old and was slightly older than the cloaked girl, lowered her head and pondered for a moment. "You don't look like a mortal. You look very special. I can't tell. Forget it. What's your name?" Yun Nuashing was speechless, so it was not easy to tell what he was. "Just call me Fengling. Please don't mind what I am. I guess you can't tell what I am." Yun Nuashing spread his hands. After all, he himself did not know what he was now. He could only tell that he was an energy life form from the source. As for the inside, let's see what was used as the foundation: the sin of the world, the element of destruction, the energy of origin, the energy of annihilation, and the light of origin of chaos. It was like a pot of hot pot. It's a very interesting structure. The girl smiled and reached out to shake Yun Nuashing's hand. It was soft and boneless and comfortable to the touch. "Oh, as for my name, you can just call me Elon." The girl smiled and stroked her long hair. "As you can see, I'm a god." Yun Nuashing was stunned for a second. He looked up and down at the beautiful girl with a charming smile and took a deep breath. Well, an energy life form, the law and order that stood at the top of the order of the 3 elemental realms. This kind of thing outside of the norm could only be possessed by the Protoss of this realm. In that case, the cloaked girl was also a Protoss. This kind of outfit. Why didn't they think of it? Was their brain damaged after they went down to the mortal realm? Chapter 1791. Including this time during the Dark Age, he had seen the Protoss of the 3 elemental realms twice. Although he did not know much about them, he heard from the little girl that the Protoss were some kind of inspection rule that was born in the void. It was something like a self-defense mechanism. As for what it was used to defend, needless to say, it was definitely related to the chaotic void. Apart from that, their existence was to protect the world of order. As for the 8 elemental realms, there were no Protoss in the 8 elemental realms. If there were, they had all been destroyed. That's right, he was referring to the Origin, heavenly god who had fallen for more than 10 eras. If there were Protoss in the world of order, it was none other than them. In that case, the Protoss of the other elemental realms were equivalent to different versions of the Origin, heavenly god's elemental realms. Just like how the other elemental realms were more or less similar to the 8 elemental realms. Every Protoss seemed to be the same. They were all existences that stood at the peak of order in their own elemental realms. This also explained the huge law and order in the cloaked girl and the woman in front of him. As for why he did not think in this direction at first, it was purely because he had never met them, so there was no standard to measure them. He just subconsciously felt that these 2 people were quite strong by the standards of the 3 elemental realms. That was all. He did not think further until she revealed her identity and said, "Oh, so you are Protas, or something. I am here to find the whereabouts of the divine artifact." The energy shadow found the place where you were, and there was the energy of the divine artifact. So I appeared in front of you. The two of them walked back side by side to the place where the energy explosion occurred in the void. They still had to deal with the fragment, provided that the fragment could survive the explosion. Yun Nuashing felt that there was a 70 to 80% chance that the fragment would not even be left of it. After all, the power of order that enveloped him and who caused such a violent explosion in the void. Even if it was something related to the Protoss, even if they did not use excessive power, there was no guarantee that it would still be left. Speaking of which, he had a question that he was quite concerned about. "Is it okay to say that I am a Protoss when we just met?" The woman pursed her lips and chuckled. It doesn't matter. There aren't many in the void who can stand alone in the void. Since you've already reached this level, you'll meet us sooner or later. Even if I don't tell you, you'll notice our existence. It's just a matter of time. We, the Protoss, exist only to maintain the stability of the world of order. We will not casually interfere with the weak worlds that are just starting out. Occasionally, we will guide some life forms or races with potential. If we discover a new person with great power who is comparable to us, we will secretly observe. If they are harmless, we will show ourselves and take the initiative to contact them. Oh, so you were just inspecting. Although it's only been a short time, due to the special circumstances, it can be considered as having been inspected. The woman nodded lightly. Other than that, it was also because I saw that you were indifferent and thought that you wouldn't be able to avoid it, so I hurriedly pulled you. As she spoke, she turned to look at her and smiled faintly. It seems to be unnecessary. It doesn't matter. I didn't expect that there would be such a riot, although it really couldn't hurt me. Yun Nuashing shrugged. There was a considerable amount of energy left in the void in front of them, but it was all hidden in the void. It was being devoured by the void bit by bit, returning to its original state. However, there was still the stench left behind by the collision of the aura of order and chaos. No matter how many times I try to get used to this aura, I still can't get used to it. Elan smiled bitterly at Yun Nuashing. She waved her hand, and a layer of pale golden barrier of order enveloped them. "Looking at you, it seems that this isn't the first time you've come into contact with it?" "I've come into contact with it many times." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. No matter what, he had come into contact with the aura of chaos many times. So much so that just thinking about it made him want to vomit. "You just said divine artifact. So that fragment is really something of yours? It should be a well-preserved thing that has not been destroyed in the void, shuttling through the world, drifting for a long time. It is called divine artifact." Mortals also like to call the things that we often use divine artifact. But to us, it's just because we are the gods, so the things that we use are called divine artifact. It should be a weapon. Well, it could also be a box for storing things. I'm not too sure what it is. Elan shrugged. Earlier, there was a mission to retrieve this divine artifact that had been drifting in the void for a long time. But it didn't seem to be going well, so I came here to help. The one who came here first to deal with this mission was a reckless brat. She rushed out of the door without even taking the auxiliary items that she was assigned. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of the cloaked girl. Hearing her talking about the items, he thought that he would have to bear all the costs of this mission. Now that he heard from Elan, it turned out that the brat had forgotten to take the items for the mission. And so, if you're talking about her, I've actually seen her. Yun Nuashing scratched his cheek, thought for 2 seconds, and decided to say it out. He simply told them about what he had been busy with the cloaked girl for the past few days. As Elan listened, the expression on her pretty face changed for a while, and finally settled on the expression of a headache. She bowed slightly to Yun Nuashing. "I'm sorry that little rascal has caused you trouble." I also didn't expect that she could torment a simple recycling mission to this extent. Phew, I'll settle the score with her later. Yun Nuashing shrugged. He was more concerned about another question. Since it's your thing, why would it release energy that is completely opposite to your power? Probably it was contaminated by the breath of the void of chaos. Elon waved her hand to spread her power evenly in the void and explained as she searched. That thing has been lost in the void for a long time. It has been hundreds of thousands of years. We speculate that the place where it began to drift should be on a battlefield. It was lost when we were fighting with the forces of chaos and was thrown here by an explosive force. According to the records, the battle at that time should have been very difficult, and we were outnumbered. Even we had to pay a considerable price to annihilate the forces of chaos that eroded order. In that kind of situation, it's actually normal to lose some things, but generally speaking, we would retrieve them. After all, if the divine artifact was accidentally lost in other worlds and fell into the hands of mortals, it would be a disaster. By the time we react and retrieve it, most of us can only help to clean up the mess, clean up the remaining lives and the land of life that was full of holes. Elon saw the strange expression on Yun Nuashing's face and laughed dryly. This kind of thing happens all the time, so we would generally take care of our own things, unless it's to the point where we can't control it at all. Just like that battle. We've gone off topic. Ahem, the divine artifact can also be corrupted by the forces of chaos. You've seen it for yourself. Our power has also been distorted into their appearance, and the forces of chaos will gradually erode our power. So, it will not release too much power in the beginning, and when the forces of chaos slowly take over the entire divine artifact, its power will also become stronger and stronger, and finally burst out completely. But don't worry, it's still within a safe range now, and it won't burst out so easily. But the divine artifact did not obediently get devoured by the void while it was being turned into trash. It had become the battlefield of the battle between order and chaos, and it had been persevering, drifting across the sea in the void, and after hundreds of thousands of years, it fell into this little blue ball. With a loud bang, it split into dozens of pieces, and the core of the divine artifact was nowhere to be found. And for the past few years, the divine artifact had been wreaking havoc on the little blue ball, until the people of the divine artifact remembered that a piece of trash had gone missing, and finally sent someone to retrieve it. But in the end, the person who came was a careless little girl, and after a long time, she still could not fix it, so they had no choice but to send someone over to help. Well, he could roughly imagine what was going on with this so-called divine artifact, and it was probably not too far off from them. They were a group of immortals who had lived for a long time, and they did not have the concept of time. To the mortal world, they were a group of high-energy, destructive creatures wherever they went. Your expression is a little strange. Elon blinked and waved her hand in front of Yun Nuashing's eyes. Are you affected by the power of chaos? No, I'm just thinking about something. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and looked at the void. After a moment, he reached out his hand and pointed forward. You don't have to look for it. The fragment is there. It's not destroyed, and it's a little strange. I thought that under that level of energy explosion, even your things would not be left behind. Elon looked at the direction he pointed and let the golden energy flowing in the void begin to spread into the distance. After a moment, she said to him in surprise, "Found it." Yun Nuashing looked at her golden energy, and it was not like the pure energy flowing in the void that they used. Her golden energy seemed to be a kind of domain or order domain. She let the domain spread first, and then used the energy flowing in the domain to explore the void. Compared to them, there was an extra step, and there were quite a lot of restrictions. How do you know that the fragment is there? It's also in my domain, but I didn't detect any energy reaction before my energy spread deeper, Elon said in surprise. Yun Nuashing's eyes turned. There's still my residual energy in it, I can feel it. Well, this was nonsense, he just saw it with his eyes. Elon should not be able to use her eyes to capture the things in the void. Is it okay for you to work here? Oui. My companions are calling for me. Seeing that she was concentrating on salvaging the fragment at the bottom of the void, Yun Nuashing pointed to the direction behind him with his hands behind his back. Hui and the others were calling for him in the space of the present world, and they were probably dealing with the problem of the Kunlun Wonderland. Well, I can handle it alone. You go back first. Wait. Elan nodded. When Yun Nuashing was about to turn around, she suddenly exclaimed in a small voice, as if she just remembered something. She reached out her hand and lightly tapped on the back of his hand, leaving a golden energy pattern. Then she smiled at him and said, "Okay, you go back first. I'll come back to you after I'm done with the fragment." Yun Nuashing shook his hand and looked at the golden pattern on the back of his hand, nodded, turned around, and disappeared into the void. After Yun Nuashing disappeared, Elan lowered her head and muttered to herself, "I've never seen the structure of a life form before. It's a bit similar to us, but it seems to be more. There's no way to distinguish its energy, and the way it just left the void is also not normal. It seems to be a bit too random. According to the classification of the void, I don't think I've heard of such a level of life form. Could it be a special, mutated life form? It's a bit rude to think like that. But there's no hurry. I'll slowly study it later." In the space of the present world, in the Kunlun Wonderland, the thing that turned the little blue ball into a little black ball was thrown into the void and destroyed, and was being salvaged and purified. The slightly bad aura that was spreading in the Wonderland was also taken away. Hui and the little girl casually patted on it to purify it, and the remaining chaotic aura in the space was completely annihilated. Hundreds of people also woke up, and they could pretend that nothing happened for the time being. It was just that the 3 mountains in front of them turned into a pit, which was a bit hard for the people in the Wonderland to accept. Xiao Lan knew about it first and accepted it, but when Qingsu woke up and saw the 3 mountains turned into a pit, he fainted before he could catch his breath. As expected, the Kunlun Wonderland turned into the Kunlun Basin. The little blue dragon girl looked at the mountains that were originally full of vitality, turned into a pit. Looking down from the sky, it was like an opening in a whirlpool. She shook her head helplessly, and when she turned around and saw Hui and the others' pained expressions, she hurriedly waved her hands. "I didn't mean to criticize you guys. It's just a little sad. Anyway, wherever we go, something happens." Hui squatted on the ground and drew circles in the snow, his face gloomy and resentful. The little girl looked at him, then raised her head and shrugged at Xiaolan. "Don't worry about them. They'll be fine after a while. This is a common thing. Every time something happens that exceeds their initial expectations, the more it exceeds their initial expectations, the deeper their resentment." Xiaolan was confused, but she roughly understood. Just as she was about to turn around and look for Qingsu, she stopped in her tracks and asked curiously, "What's the initial expectation?" "Nothing will happen. I'll just make a normal trip." The little girl shrugged and pointed at the 3 big pits. "At least this shouldn't happen." "Oh, all right then." Xiao Lan smiled bitterly. "However, this is all an accident. There's nothing we can do about it." Watching the little blue dragon girl go to look for Qingsu, the little girl smiled bitterly. Accident? Accident? It was probably an accident, but in front of all these accidents and their names, she didn't believe that this was an accident, even though they hadn't come here when this happened. How's the cleanup? Hui was still drawing circles on the ground when he heard Maple's voice. He stood up with a resentful expression and turned around to see him opening a portal and returning here. He scratched his head. "Here, it's just like what you see in front of you." Yun Nuashing looked around. It's a mess. The mountain has turned into a big pit, and only a few of the hundreds of people have woken up. Although the aura of chaos has been cleansed, their souls and consciousness were sealed, so it will take some effort for them to wake up. The first to wake up should be the group of people who are ranked at the top. How should I put it? It's like they didn't deal with anything. Rounding up, it's like a group of outsiders, forced their way into someone else's territory and caused a huge ruckus. Although it was to deal with the aura of chaos, it was still a huge ruckus. Right, where's the shard? Hui patted the snow off his hands and looked behind Maple. The shard was nowhere to be seen. It's not gone, is it? The shard is still there, being dealt with in the void. Someone will bring it back later. Someone. Yun Nuashing nodded and told them about how he was waiting for the fireworks to explode in the void, but because he was standing too close, Elon thought that he was planning to be buried with them and hurriedly pulled him back. In the end, he shrugged and said, Protoss, did you think of it at the beginning? No, not at all. Hui and the little girl shook their heads vigorously. They knew that the girl in the cloak was an energy life form. The rules were very strong and the order was very strong. However, for them who were beyond the norm, they had to add the word third elemental world in front of her to discuss in detail. Therefore, they did not associate her with the Celestials at all. Now that they heard it, they were more or less surprised. It was as if they suddenly found out one day that a little brat who caused trouble all day and would cry after being beaten up was actually the king of children. Almost to that extent. By the way, the impression of the little girl's recklessness was too deep. They could not get rid of the first impression of her. Hey, are you guys done packing? Xiaolon ran over from the side. She tugged at Yin Nuashing and looked her up and down. Are you okay? You're okay. I thought you brought that thing to be buried with you. Yun Nuashing. A middle-aged man who kept shaking his head and sighing followed behind the little girl. His face was full of melancholy and depression. From time to time, he would turn around to look at the big pit. He would suddenly take a deep breath and tremble all over. It made people worry that he would pass out on the spot in the next second. Don't be crazy over there. If it's gone, we can just rebuild it again. Anyway, the foundation of the Kunlun Wonderland is not damaged. At most, we can seal the mountain for a period of time and rebuild it in half a year. If it's still not possible, we can all go down the mountain. Now, there are cultivators living in seclusion in the big cities. It's not a big deal. Xiaolon could not bear to hear him sigh all the way. She kicked him. It's almost time for you to tell us the cause and effect. How did you guys provoke that fragment? I asked you to look after the seal. You didn't do anything strange with it, did you? Ching Su got up from the ground and patted the snow off his body. He looked at her and took a deep breath. I didn't expect it either. I met up with the people from Penglai and talked about the past. Then, I went to the morning hall according to the procedure. How did it? Xiaolon narrowed her eyes in distrust. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and scales appeared on her arms. I'll count to 5. 5, 3, 1. Don't. Ching Su broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly waved his hands. It was indeed sealed and thrown into the dungeon. Hasn't it been fine for the past few years? Then, something happened recently. Ching Su smiled bitterly, gritted his teeth, and said, About 10 days ago, something similar suddenly appeared in the hall, and it wasn't sealed. However, compared to the fragment you gave me at the beginning, the one that appeared later was much smaller. I was sitting in the hall at that time, and I saw it appear with my own eyes. 2 minutes later, it disappeared, leaving behind a ball of unstable energy. I sealed that ball of energy using the method you taught me, and threw it into the abandoned dungeon together with it. Then, Ching Su's face was covered in cold sweat. He turned around and said, The energy resonated within 2 days. After all, they were the same type of energy. They came from the same source, and they were all chaotic energy. Without the correct method, a seal could only be maintained for a short period of time. Moreover, seals existed to be destroyed. The chaotic energy of the same source suddenly gathered together. The fragment that had been stable for 4 or 5 years suddenly became active. Then Kunlun Wonderland became active. It was about the same level as a hibernating bear being woken up. Well, he felt that it was about the same level as Maple throwing a tantrum in bed. Yin Nuashing shuddered. Question mark. All right, now I know how the 2 different auras of chaos came about. One was a fragment that was left behind in the dungeon and diluted a little after being transferred. It was then mixed with the second cluster of chaos energy that was thrown into the dungeon. The other was the core fragment, which was at most the size of a single fragment. In the end, it still caused a big fuss. Even picking up trash was not easy. Therefore, it was best not to touch the trash that was related to the gods. Something big would happen. The things that the gods left behind could not only be a blessing, but could also be a disaster. Next, it was time for the friendly interaction between the two old friends. Of course, from their point of view, it was just Ching Su burying his head in the snow and being scolded by Xiaolon. While being scolded, he was also being slapped by her tail. It was hilarious, no matter how they looked at it. Anyway, it's done. Hui stretched and yawned. He stretched his neck and said to Xiaolon, "Take it easy. Exploding in the Kunlun Wonderland is better than exploding outside, right? If something happens outside, it probably won't end so easily. The greatest value of a self-contained space is that you can hide in your nest and make some small movements. You don't have to deal with the gazes of the outside world." Hearing this, the little blue dragon girl let Ching Su go. She sighed. If it wasn't for this old fool, we wouldn't have to be so busy. This fool only has himself to blame. As she spoke, she felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She slapped Ching Su's back with her tail. Ching Su covered his face. The disciples are all watching from behind. "Leave me some face." He rolled his eyes. His prostrating appearance just now was already embarrassing enough. Why would he care about these words? The light on the back of his hand suddenly lit up. Yun Nuashing saw the rune left by Elon shining. He took 2 steps away and used his body to block the opening of the crack in the void. He didn't want to scare anyone. As soon as the crack opened, Elan's figure walked out. She was holding a fragment that was 2 to 3 meters tall in her hand. Seeing him, she smiled. The fragment is intact. The aura of chaos has also been cleared, thanks to your help this time. I didn't have the confidence to deal with that situation perfectly. It's good that you're fine. As for the rest, before Yun Nuashing could finish speaking, another crack in the void suddenly opened beside them. They were stunned. Just as they turned their heads, a pale golden figure rushed out and crashed into his arms. She flailed her arms and cried, I can't. Come and help me. I really can't deal with that. Don't pull me. Let me cry for a while." Yun Nuashing expressionlessly pressed down on the cloaked girl's shoulder and forced her to turn around. He even lifted her chin and made her look straight at Elan. The cloaked girl. Elan's beautiful face instantly darkened. Chapter 1792. The meeting between the two old friends was just a small interlude. The mess in front of them was over, but it was not over yet. At most, it was just a stamp on a blank card filled with dates. Judging from how noisy the girl in the cloak was, she might have erased the stamp herself. The incident at the Kunlun Wonderland left a huge comma mark. It would take some time to clean it up before it could return to its original state. However, before that, Ching Su and the others had already started to prepare a temporary camp for tonight. They were all cultivators, so it was enough to just set up a tent. After all, they wouldn't freeze to death, and freezing for a few days would help with their cultivation. Although the proposal was rejected by a large group of people, saying that they would be frozen into jerky, there was no point in denying it. After recognizing the reality, they could only give up and work on this snowy land seriously. The Kunlun Wonderland wasn't built in a day and a half. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ching Su. He even pushed back and forth to rebuild it many times. The little blue dragon girl explained to Hui and the others indifferently. When Ching Su heard this, he immediately ran away. He was afraid that if he stayed in the same place and said a few more words, he would be beaten up. It wasn't a good idea to stay in someone else's place, especially when he saw how busy they were. Sighing as they worked, he just wanted to run away quickly. If he didn't run away, he couldn't help but want to help rebuild it. After all, it was just 1 or 2 mountains and a bunch of buildings. It could be done with a wave of his hand. It was just a little shocking, and he would inevitably be caught by Xiaolan and questioned about it afterwards. Oh, speaking of that girl, she seemed to be looking for trouble with the Penglai Wonderland. This calculative little girl didn't seem to intend to let those talkative youngsters off so easily. They would be treated the same as Qing Su. They had to wait for the girl to finish scolding them before they could leave. The teleportation circle was ready, so they didn't have to fly around on the road this time. Teleportation is so convenient. Zhou Zibai had always heard Yun Nuoxing and the others talk about teleportation. This time, she personally experienced it. It was just a flash of light, and in the next second, she was back in the living room of her home. Zhou Zibai felt that it was a little refreshing. She walked around the living room to make sure that it was her home and not an illusion. Only then did she turn around and look at the door. Who is she? Don't bother about her colleagues. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. About the Protoss. Well, she hadn't decided whether to tell this little girl who just wanted to live a peaceful life. Although it wasn't peaceful to be involved in this group of people, as long as it didn't involve the core, everything would return to normal once this matter came to an end. They were like reflections in the water, swaying and disappearing with the ripples. They wouldn't have any impact on this world. Has this matter come to an end? Yun Nuoxing raised her head and heaved a sigh of relief. Elan had finished her one-sided education of the cloaked girl. At this moment, the cloaked girl was whispering to her excitedly. She used the softest voice with the most excited expression. While talking, she would inadvertently glance at them and continue to talk excitedly. Then, she suddenly could not continue. She suddenly flew over and grabbed Elan's arm. She bared her teeth and shouted at Elan, "I don't care so much. If you dilly-dally any longer, something big will happen." The black crack opened in front of them without any warning. This time, they were close enough to feel it more clearly. It seemed to lead to the concept layer. The cloaked girl hurriedly wanted to drag him in. Elan quickly grabbed his arm before he was dragged into the crack of the concept layer. The two of them, one inside the door and one outside the door, pulled him hard. If Yun Nuoxing didn't know, he would have thought that they were going to tear him in half. And looking at Elan's nervous expression, there might be something that was hard to say. Don't just bring people into that place. What if something happens? You said that he can stand alone in the void. What kind of accident can there be? What kind of accident can there be in a simple rule space? Oh, I think so. I forgot about it. Yun Nuoxing. Seeing Elan's embarrassed smile, he always felt that something was wrong. Then he looked at the other, Protoss girl, and this feeling was even stronger. Zhou Zibai and the little girl planned to stay in the villa and not follow. Zhou Zibai felt inexplicable when she saw the crack, and she was really tired from running back and forth and dealing with the aura of chaos, so she didn't go. The little girl stayed to take care of her. As for Hui, as usual, he felt that something interesting would happen, so he came over. The little blue dragon girl was like a spectator at this time. Wherever there was excitement, she would go. After all, she was 5. Cough. She had lived for a long time for mortals. Naturally, she would feel bored and have nothing to do. Now that it was rare for her to come out, she naturally wanted to join in the fun. After passing through the crack, the scene in front of them changed instantly. What appeared in front of them was a land of red sand that spread quite far away. It was bright all around, but there was no light source in sight. As for the surrounding space, it seemed that they had come to the star-filled space. There were light spots of stars shining many light years away, and the most eye-catching thing was a huge planet hanging above their heads. It was within reach. The planet was very close to the red land they were standing on. The illusion made them think that they could touch the land if they stretched out their hands. It was so close that they would almost fall into it. In terms of size, it should be bigger than the little blue ball. In the place facing them, there were thick clouds condensing into rings of clouds, spinning on the planet at an abnormal and unnatural speed. It was as if there were hundreds of gales blowing at their lives. It was like a sea of clouds vortex, sparsely blocking the view of the land. However, they could still barely see the magnificent mountains and rivers above through the gaps in the clouds, as well as some traces of mountain ranges. "Where is this?" Hui looked around. The red land under his feet, the planet close at hand, and the starry sky in the distance were all in an ambiguous state. They didn't really exist. For this space, these scenes were temporarily constructed. It wasn't that the space wanted the visitors to adapt to it, but it was arranged according to the situation that the visitors were familiar with. In short, it could be regarded as a temporary conference hall or something like that. At this point, they more or less knew what this space was for, but they still had to get an answer from them to confirm it. The cloaked girl didn't respond to him. She waved her hands around the space in front of her for a while. She used the golden energy to draw energy runes in front of her. Then she suddenly slapped out. The space around them suddenly shattered like glass. It was as if they had just escaped from a glass cage. "Come here, hurry up." After the cloaked girl opened the glass cage, she stretched out her hand and pulled Yun nuashing out, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Hui and Xiaolan smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed along with Elon. "This is the starry sky?" The blue dragon girl looked around. Because that guy was pulled into a flag that fluttered in the wind, she had to ask Hui. Hui looked around and shook his head. "This place just looks like the starry sky outside. In fact, we are walking inside." "What do you mean?" The blue dragon girl was confused. Hui patted his head with a headache. After thinking for a moment, he had a flash of inspiration. "This is a special space. Treat all the things you see above as distant maps." Xiaolan instantly said, "Oh," but she raised her head and looked at the nebula in the distant starry sky. Those blue, purple, and red nebulas all looked very real, much more real than the current composite map. She couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Are they really maps? Hui turned his head with a face full of sweat. "Just take it seriously. If I say more, I can't explain it clearly." The blue dragon girl rolled her eyes. Perhaps she already knew that there might be an indescribable gap between herself and the few of them, so she didn't continue to ask. "This is a special space for inspection of this world." Elon supplemented with a rough explanation and looked around while she was at it. "It's a little incredible. The space here is smaller than all the other similar spaces I know." "Ah, so that's it. This planet actually has an independent world center. No wonder the space here is smaller. We didn't enter the world center of the world, but came to this planet." Hui listened and used his own understanding to translate her words. The world center was probably the heart of the world. "Is this situation rare in the void?" "It's rare. At present, there are only 11 planets and regions of various sizes in the void that have such a situation, and every one of them has become an example in books. Including the one we just discovered, there are a total of 8 of them that still exist, and we've studied each of them for tens of millions of years." We couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard that the Protoss were the same as them. They always liked to run into other worlds. The blue dragon girl was still confused, but she couldn't hold back her curiosity and quickly asked Hui, "Give me a simple translation." Hui rubbed his forehead and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Maple and had a flash of inspiration. "Simply put, with the World Center, you can stay in your own nest, produce and sell your own things, and never go out. Even things like air are your own. If there's no air, you have to go out occasionally and share the air with the space outside, understand?" Xiaolan let out a long "oh." Elon listened to his professional, simplified translation and couldn't help but look at him again. "You're quite knowledgeable, aren't you?" Of course, they could also produce their own heart of the world and mass produce it. At this moment, countless hearts of the world were being produced in the void frontline by the second, and were being used for smelting. "What's up ahead?" Hui looked at the red land that kept passing before his eyes, and the huge planet above his head was deviated from its position as they flew past. Ah, I thought you all knew, so I didn't mention it. Not really, just a little. But I still need you to solve the puzzle. It's not bad even if you know a little. Elon smiled and looked at the cloaked girl who was flying forward as if her life depended on it. She should be going to a place where she can see the whole planet at a glance. That brat's actions are not very reliable, but she still has points in theory. After all, she's a rare theoretical expert and knows how to deal with it. She should have something she wants to show us but can't say it out loud. Hui, a theoretical giant. Yes. After flying forward for 5 or 6 minutes, the cloaked girl slowly stopped with Yun Nuashing. At this time, they all noticed the difference in front of them. 200 or 300 meters in front of them was the edge of a huge crater. The crater looked like it was made by a drill with a diameter of 3,000 meters from the sky. It looked like it was shrinking down layer by layer. In the center, there were blue, chaotic energies in the form of lightning from time to time, sweeping across the space with lightning arcs. The entire crater was occupied by this chaotic energy and vision, and it looked quite intimidating just by looking at it. That place is the passage to the world center. Elon landed with the cloaked girl and looked at the chaotic crater in front of them. She frowned. But there shouldn't be such a chaotic scene on a normal day. I don't know what's wrong. The cloaked girl was already busy. She took out the fragments of the divine artifact that she had collected before. Then, pieces of golden runes emerged from the red land. Suddenly, a 3-dimensional, translucent little blue ball appeared in front of them, about 2 feet in size. This is the planet we are on. The blue dragon girl recognized the translucent image in front of her and felt that the atmosphere seemed to have changed for a moment. She frowned and didn't say anything. Elon knew what had happened at a glance. Brat, don't tell me this is your doing? Of course not. The cloaked girl jumped and pointed at the little blue ball. When I came here, it was already like this. The divine artifact had broken into dozens of pieces and fell on this planet. And each of the fragments, except for the fragments that maintained a considerable amount of weight at the beginning, the rest continued to shatter and gradually became like this. This is the result that I found out after I collected 3 fragments. The little blue ball floating in front of them. Well, there was nothing special about the little blue ball. There were countless of them in the stars. Ahem, the point was on the surface of the little blue ball. There were 100 or 200 black smoke that rose from the surface into the atmosphere as if there was a large-scale fire. It would not be blown to the entire planet with the help of the wind, and it was difficult to change. It was like a black smoke column, and those smoke columns were evenly distributed in 100 or 200 places on the little blue ball. It's not that it doesn't spread. Has it spread to this extent? We looked and felt that something was wrong. He thought that the dark aura did not spread out because it was floating in the air. In fact, it had covered a large area on the ground. But when it gathered in the air, it continued to shrink into a smoke column. It shouldn't be. We haven't seen such a large-scale erosion. We said this sentence in a daze. When they were in Mount Kunlun, when they were in Jiang City, and when they flew by on the plane, they did not see such an exaggerated erosion effect. If it was really like what the image in front of them showed, then this little blue ball had already become a little black ball by 70%. I haven't seen such a serious situation either. Elon crossed her arms and pondered. Could it be the characteristic of the divine artifact? The cloaked girl smiled bitterly and fiddled with the ball. For now it seems so. I also came here to borrow enough fragments to find that something was wrong. I went back to the outer space to observe carefully. After running back and forth 10 times, I confirmed that it was indeed invisible, but the effect has already appeared. Even if it's a weak, chaotic energy, if it spreads evenly across the entire planet, it's enough to make everything unbalanced and manic. Yun Nuashing whispered softly and turned to look at the 2 Protoss. Since it's already like this, the Protoss should intervene by force, right? Elon looked up and met his eyes. She hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Actually, insufficient manpower?" Yun Nuashing was really stunned when he heard her words. What kind of special period was this? Why did she suddenly say that there was insufficient manpower? Could it be that the chaotic void was at the chaotic void? Could it be that something happened in the chaotic void? Yun Nuashing felt a little cool on his back when he said this. Elan's slightly surprised expression made him unable to help but flip the table in his heart. His frozen face quickly trembled a few times, as if it was about to break out of the ice. About 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, 1,000 or 2,000 years ago in the Divine Realm's time. If it's converted to the time of this world, it's about 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. Elan rubbed her long hair that hung down on her hands, and her tone was a little solemn. I don't know why the chaotic void's activities became a little strange. The chaotic energy showed signs of expansion. All the Protoss have entered a state of preparation and battle since then, and it has continued until today. Yun Nuashing and Hui both turned their heads. They knew the reason, and if there was no accident, it was definitely that reason. The Underworld's bastards. Their actions were really fast. Although it had been a long time for them, and it was not until 1,000 years ago that they officially started to take action. It was a strange thing, but they could not say it out loud. They could not think of how to say it, so they could only pretend to be stupid. So, because of this, there was a shortage of manpower, and even this girl was sent out. We could not help but glance at the cloaked girl. The cloaked girl immediately jumped up. "Hey, what do you mean by that look? Are you trying to say that I'm unreliable?" Hui tilted his head and laughed dryly, nodding his head gently. The cloaked girl's face immediately darkened. "After all, you're just a newcomer in logistics, a rising star in the theoretical world of the Divine Realm, an idiot with a single-threaded brain." Elan held her face with her hand and sighed worriedly. The girl almost went berserk after hearing that. Elan slapped the girl's head and made her look straight at the half-blue and half-black ball in front of her. "Let's get down to business. Do you have a solution? A solution? Since you asked us for help, you must have thought of a solution, right? Even if it's just the beginning of a plan, or you're completely at your wit's end. So you want us to help you save the situation?" The cloaked girl's face changed dozens of times in a second. After a moment, she lay down on the ground and rolled around. "I don't know. This mission is too difficult. I don't know what to do. I can't handle it. This world may be hopeless." Yun Nuashing and Hui shared the same thought. Elan sighed. She lifted the girl from the ground and threw her aside. She reached out and fiddled with the black and blue ball. She glanced at it as if she was checking it. After a moment, she whispered to herself, "The structure of the world is stable, and the rules have not been touched by the power of chaos. It is currently in a state of mild erosion, and the erosion is still in the surface world. If it's faster, it can still be saved before it causes great chaos and huge changes." Hui stared at the ball and grinned. In fact, if it really comes to the most critical moment, they can also turn the tide. For example, releasing the self-seal, using a huge sacred storm to forcibly purify. Well, it's just that the movement will be very big. The moment the self-seal is broken, the power of the Yuansha realm will be released. It's about the same as condensing a sacred energy 700 or 800 times bigger than the sun and smashing it on the head of the little blue ball. That level of vision is not something that can be covered up easily. Yun Nuashing looked at the big pit next to them. She lifted the cloaked girl who was drawing circles on the ground and walked to the edge of the big pit. "Where is the world's core?" The cloaked girl murmured and hung on his back. "It's gone. It's hiding in the surface world. I don't know what's wrong with this world. It's not right, and even the world's core is not right. I have to come here to check with the power of interference, and the world's core is not very cooperative." Yun Nuashing, heaved a long sigh. That world core is still very energetic and has the strength to jump around in the real world. Does that guy know that if he continues to jump around, he'll die? Anyway, this magical abyss of souls is indestructible. Even if the world's core explodes, it will regenerate. It may not even care. It's strange. The world's core should not have left the bottom space. I've never heard of a world's core that would come out by itself. It even automatically hides in the surface world. This is beyond our understanding. Even the worlds under our protection can hold on for a while when something goes wrong with the world's core due to various overloads. But for this kind of thing to run around, Hui scratched his chin and suddenly said, "Could it have been done by the power of chaos a long time ago, so it's a little crazy now?" That's quite possible, considering the uniqueness of this world. The world's core may not be in a normal situation. Elon nodded. As she spoke, she took out something and threw it into the crater in front of her. Let's temporarily suppress the chaos caused by the absence of the world's core. If it is, as you said, that it has been corrupted by the power of chaos, we must solve the problem when the conditions are right. Brat, come here and take note. First, we have to deal with half of the fragments. Judging from the current situation, it is not important whether we can keep the divine artifact safe. The survival of this world is the priority. I know. This is something that we, the gods, have to deal with. Although we cannot simply interfere with the mortal world, we can only forcefully intervene when it involves the power of chaos. The cloaked girl mumbled as she got down from Yin Nuashing's back. Common people, this is my first time doing this. It doesn't feel real. You will in the future. Get used to it, slowly. You are not a qualified god yet. Just as they began to discuss how to deal with it, the blue draconic girl came over with a strange look. Wait a minute. Why do I feel that your words are a little god race, gods, and whatnot? Fengling Jun explained it to her. There's no harm in telling her. We may need some powerful mortals to help us next. We are short of manpower now. Me? Yun Nuashing pointed at herself. She scratched her head in annoyance when she saw Xiao Lan's seriously inflated expression. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly pushed Hui away with a slap. Hui, explain. You are so lazy. So lazy. So lazy. Hui said. Chapter 1793. Things like gods were actually quite difficult to explain to others. Firstly, considering that there were many people in this world who were atheists, the premise alone was quite troublesome. It was especially difficult for those who had lived for a long time and possessed great power to believe in the so-called gods. Even if the little blue dragon girl had known them for a short period of time and had seen many things, and knew that they had a halo called strange hanging above their heads, she might not believe it so easily. Well, actually, the so-called gods were just another type of life form that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It wasn't as simple as being strong. Being strong was only a basic structure. The important thing was the concepts and rules that gods contained. If one couldn't understand the latter two, they would never be able to understand what gods were. Therefore, there was a very contradictory point here. Ordinary people regarded gods as omnipotent, as a life form that was powerful to another level. Well, that was **T. The two of them could also be regarded as gods in the 8 elements realm. But in the end, they were still fighting the underworld and the forces of chaos in the void every day. Well, compared to the lower level of life forms, they could indeed be said to be omnipotent. That's right. This sentence also had to be divided according to level. Generally speaking, when they reached the level of omnipotent, the world would become omnipotent. In other words, anything could happen. I went off topic. What I wanted to say was that the so-called gods were another type of conceptual life form. Their existences were equivalent to the truth in front of these life forms that weren't particularly high in level. They were the answer, and those who stood in such a position weren't there to show off or show off. Instead, they needed to deal with matters that ordinary people couldn't deal with. This was their duty. In other words, They stood at a very high level of a model worker of another level. To put it in a more tragic way, they could also be described as workers, but the place where they worked was the divine realm. Their daily job was to inspect the billions of worlds in the void and protect the peace of the worlds of order. Their special job was to plunder weapons and fight against the forces of chaos in the void. This was the god race of the three elements realm. As for the situation in the eight elements realm, because the origin god had passed away, the world of order was full of gods. There was nothing much to say, and even if there was where to start, that's more or less what it means. We clasped his hands together and concluded with a sentence. Oh. Huh. The little blue dragon girl stared blankly at Hui with her pair of golden eyes, then turned her head and stared blankly at Yun Nuastar. She was just short of using a strand of saliva to embellish this silly expression. Ah! Yun Nuashing slapped the blue dragon girl's head and said, "If you don't understand, then forget it." How could I not understand? Xiaolan immediately jumped up and glared angrily at Yun Nuashing, who was looking down on her. After a while, she calmed down and said, "I'm just a little confused. It's hard to imagine. I didn't think that the gods in your legacies, your legends, your stories, and your beliefs are all born from imagination and fantasy. They are fantasy and are not the same as the real gods." Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and looked at Elon and Feng, who were busy over there. She said faintly, "If you can't understand, then don't care." Xiao Lan stared blankly at the ground. She suddenly squatted down and pressed her head with a distressed expression. I need to tidy up. You guys go ahead. Don't worry about me." It seems that she still can't accept it. Hui leaned over and whispered to Feng, "Actually, there's nothing to care about. After all, it's completely unrelated. After this matter is over, we'll slip away. If we don't turn back, and there's no way to turn back in reality, it's impossible for us to cross paths again. So, there's actually no need to accept or care. Just listen." "Do you think she knows now?" Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "She doesn't know that we're about to leave and never come back. She's just trying to accept the present." Hui made an "oh" sound and scratched his head. That's what happened. This space suddenly vibrated slightly, causing Yun Nuashing and Hui to simultaneously turn their gaze towards Elon and the others. The slight vibration seemed to be mixed with traces of energy, causing the four of their expressions to change a little. The two of them were a little stunned, while Elon and the other two. Now, no matter how they looked at it, their expressions seemed to be more and more dignified. There was almost no need to ask to know that something was going to happen. As for what it was, primal chaos energy, what could it be? Don't tell me we're really going to save the world. Hui grinned. "I actually don't like to play in front of billions of ordinary people, although I'm used to it. After all, I'm a guardian." Yun Nuashing glanced at him and walked forward. "Let's go and take a look." Elon and the cloaked girl both looked solemn at the moment. The reflection of the little blue ball in front of them was trembling slightly for some reason. It looked like a poorly connected electric light that would go out at any time. "We're in trouble. The chaotic energy has begun to spread faster and is out of control. Elon, think of something." The cloaked girl's face was full of cold sweat. The moment she opened her mouth, her voice was very unreliable. Yun Nuashing, who had just walked over, couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. "You want me to think of something?" Elan's beautiful face darkened a little. "What can I do? The emergency treatment has already been done. The normal method can only ensure that the rules of the space will not collapse. Didn't you say that there's nothing you can't handle? Theoretical brat, quickly use your brain that has collected millions of records to think of something. Even if you tell me I can't do anything." The cloaked girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. This is the territory of someone else. The World Center ignores me. It doesn't even cooperate with me. What can I do? Now, even if I use the World Center of the Heavenly Realm, I don't have the time to seize power. It's not dealing with ordinary things, and it's not my own territory. The chaotic energy, the chaotic energy. This is an abnormal situation. It's an invasion of foreign enemies. It's a war signal. What's the use of just the two of us? We have to at least get a war brigade. Anyway, we have to find a way to suppress the boiling, chaotic energy. We have to delay it as long as we can. Delay. Elon couldn't help but smile bitterly. We can't delay it for long. First of all, we have to remove the divine artifact fragments that have taken root as soon as possible. We have to get rid of as many of them as we can. Are these locations okay? Have the divine artifact fragments already jumped once? There won't be any movement in a short period of time? That's right, but the cloaked girl still wanted to say something, but Elon opened the portal back to the surface world. I'll leave the northern hemisphere to you. I'll go to the southern hemisphere. The core should be there. You brat can't handle it. Hey, wait. Why did you leave just like that? There should be another way. Let's think about it. The cloaked girl watched her disappear in the blink of an eye. She was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She was so anxious that she stomped her feet and walked around in circles. If you can't think of any way in a short period of time, it's better to act first. It's not too late to change paths when you have a new way, Yun Nuashing said slowly. So, what's the specific situation now? The cloaked girl was startled by the voice behind her. She quickly turned her head and said to Yun Nuashing and the others in a hurry, "The power of chaos has begun to spread. It's a little restless. Maybe it sensed that we suddenly stepped in and wanted to fight back. It has begun to corrode the depths. If we let it continue to spread until everything in the world is branded with the mark of chaos, I know, this place is going to set off fireworks." Hui snapped his fingers. The cloaked girl. That's what you mean. But why do you have to say it so elegantly? She laughed bitterly, sweating profusely as she looked at the reflection of the little blue ball. At this moment, 2/3 of the surface of the sphere was covered by a thin layer of black mist. The pillar of dust and smoke that soared into the sky swayed continuously like a tornado, increasing its size little by little. At the end of the pillar of dust and smoke that connected to the distant sky, there was even a small energy vortex that was constantly devouring the energy of this world to strengthen itself. Seal the space of this planet, seal the void, and seal the concept layer of rules. From now on, this area will be listed as an isolation zone. Lock everything within the range. Then, break the spatial continuity of the rules to stop the spread of the chaos. Throw this ball into an independent time zone. For a short time, cut off the connection to the sea of time. Don't let the chaos have a chance to take advantage of it. Yun Nuashing said as she reached out and pointed at the reflection. Then, she stopped with a frown. How do I use this thing? The cloaked girl smiled bitterly and shook her head. Without the World Hub, we can't do this. Until now, we still don't know where it is hiding. Yun Nuashing and Hui both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Protoss of the 3 elemental realm were not that good at controlling everything in the void. Well, if they wanted to do something immediately, they would need to undo the seal. So, they were not in a position to say anything. If they did not tear the seal, they would need some time to prepare. Then use Elon's method to remove the influence of the fragment. You go quickly. The cloaked girl was a little nervous. Aren't you coming to help? We will buy you time. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and opened a crack to the real world. You can't interfere with this world without using the World Hub, but we can. So, we're responsible for buying time. You go and retrieve the fragment. Chaotic energy, this kind of thing was a disgusting thing whether it was in the 8 elemental realm or other elemental realms. For the world of order, it was born as order, so it was the enemy of chaos and vice versa. However, order was relatively peaceful and generally very obedient in its own territory. It rarely made any big movements. Chaos on the other hand, liked to roam freely in the void. Even a piece of trash thrown from the chaotic void could cause a great disaster in the world of order. For example, now it was just a cloud of chaotic aura attached to the divine artifact. Using the residual energy and characteristics of the divine artifact, it had begun to do whatever it wanted on the little blue ball. Although the chaotic energy had not grown to the extent that it could really do whatever it wanted in the world, it was too wretched this time, hiding behind the scenes. Even he and Hui did not see that the world had been covered by the chaotic energy for a while. They could not even feel the breath. If the people of the Protoss did not have a way to borrow the world's perspective, they would have begun to zoom in. After all, the nerves in the brain were still trapped in the scene of the fierce battle for 5 eras. If they were to unseal themselves at this time, it could easily be a world-destroying level of purification. That could not be suppressed. The instinct had been engraved in the soul and could not be changed. Earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, hurricanes, landslides, volcanic eruptions, thunderstorms, snowstorms, rainstorms, sandstorms, hailstorms, tornadoes. Well, I think there may be a meteorite missing. Hui looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh of relief. He put his hands in his pockets and showed a worried expression. This was the result he got from using his soul to monitor the whole planet. Although there were many disasters, they did not happen in the same place. Instead, they happened at the same time in all parts of the planet, without a second of difference. For example, a hurricane suddenly broke out at the back of the planet without accumulating power or warning. He saw with his own eyes that huge and thick clouds gathered in the area where the sky was clear for thousands of miles in 5 minutes, followed by a storm that hit the ground. He was not sure how the people on the road were doing, but that place had been submerged. On the rooftop of a tall building in Jiang City, this was the top of a tall building more than 300 meters above the ground. It was the closest place in Jiang City to the sky, but it also made them feel that there was no difference in this height. At this moment, the night suddenly fell a few hours in advance, and the night fell in this city with a hurried curtain of rain. Strong winds and heavy rain hit the originally clear sky of Jiang City, but this place was still fine. It did not welcome a typhoon, and the unexpected events here had not reached a very explosive level. The sudden strong winds and heavy rain made the pedestrians on the street curse and look for places to hide from the rain. They sighed and cursed at the dark sky that was like a curtain of night. At the same time, the whole city very tacitly lit up the lights to illuminate the night. The people who squeezed into the supermarket hesitated at the entrance, hesitated for a moment before walking into the supermarket. Not long after, they walked out with a big umbrella. But before they could walk a few steps, they were swept back into the supermarket by the strong winds. Some people hugged their heads and tried to hide from the heavy rain, rushing into the rainy night. Countless flashing lights tore through the darkness of the night and slowly went away in the curtain of rain. In a place a little further away, it seemed that, because of the sudden storm, there was a bit of noise. The clamor was torn to pieces by the strong winds and washed away by the heavy rain. No one was willing to get out of the car to curse at each other in this kind of heavy rain. The changing scenes all happened in a short 10 minutes, just like a drama. I guess those people who are watching the weather will be so busy that their brains will stop working because of the sudden change in the situation of heaven and earth. Don't you think so, Feng? Yun Nuashing released a faint, colorful luster in the dark sky and the curtain of rain, dispelling the heavy rain that came within 10 feet of them. When she heard Huey's words, she looked back at him and nodded casually. At present, it was only the initial impact of the erosion. At present, it was only a prelude. That's right, the sudden natural disaster in the world, the large-scale natural disaster that no one knew about, was just a prelude. It was a prelude that no one could know about, a prelude to destruction. Half an hour ago, the world was quiet, and the things that happened in the corner were still happening in the corner. Half an hour later, this planet had become a corner. It was something that happened in the corner of the void, a disaster-level event known as the erosion of chaos. So far, almost 95% of the people just treated the sudden abnormal weather phenomenon as, what did it take? No one knew. Maybe it was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, or maybe it was a small episode that disturbed their daily lives. People used 5 minutes to adapt to the sudden weather that was not considered extreme. Some people changed their itineraries, and some people continued to rush through the curtain of rain. Instead of worrying about the sudden wind and rain, it was better to make the best use of the time to get busy with the things at hand. They wanted to finish their work as soon as possible so that they could have a good night's rest. That's right. Compared to what I had to do and what I was busy with on a daily basis, this sudden downpour didn't seem to attract much attention. After all, it was just a storm. If there were any immediate changes, perhaps you would have to look at the city even further away. Earthquakes, mountain torrents, and tsunamis were only mild. The sudden extreme weather could be heard on the TV, and the sudden earthquake of the neighbor, a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake. There was a weak tremor in Jiang City, and a small tsunami in a city, suspected to be an underwater earthquake. How can you all be so calm? Xiao Lan was anxiously circling around them, and her pretty face was full of nervousness and uneasiness. Although I can't see anything, my instincts tell me that something very bad is surrounding this country. Something very bad is about to happen. No, it is happening. The intuition of a hidden guardian? Hui looked at her circling and said slowly, yes. Xiao Lan trembled violently, and the uneasiness on her face had reached its peak. In ancient times, I have had a few uneasy feelings, and they all foretold that something bad was about to happen in this country, and it came true every time. I have to do something. Do what? What are you going to do? What can you do? Do you know what is going to happen? What are you going to do? I don't know. Xiao Lan glared at him angrily, but just standing here and watching let that uneasy feeling grow. I can't sit still. Look down there, it seems like there is a car accident. Can you go and help? Look at that supermarket. There are more than 100 people trapped inside because it is impossible to bring umbrellas in the clear sky. A few people are in a hurry to go home because their children are at home. A few people are in a hurry to go home because they didn't close the windows and didn't collect the clothes. A few people are worried about their children who are still in school, and they are afraid that they will be trapped in school and can't come back. There are people, and many things. How much can you help? Hui continued. I know. So what I am talking about is definitely not such a small matter. Xiao Lan anxiously waved her hands. So, I will tell you about the situation on the other side for reference. You should have felt the earthquake just now. Although the intensity is not great, it is just nearby. For 100 miles in this direction is experiencing a thunderstorm. There are already fires burning in the rain. Houses are damaged, roads are collapsing, and the ground is sinking. Let me see a little further away. On the other side of the ocean, there is a huge volcano that is about to erupt. Tornadoes are raging on the ground. Lightning is dancing wildly, and the sky is falling and the ground is sinking. The little blue dragon girl suddenly stood still and muttered, What is going on with this world? What is it? We let out a long sigh. The pain of illness is trying to resist. Well, think about it with your cognition. If a planet is struggling and resisting with all its might, what will it do? What will it do to the life that is attached to it? Zhou Zibai looked down at the ground and said softly, Overreaction, causing the culprit that is not the cause of the destruction to be purified. Some of them, just like the people who are sick. The intensity of the disaster is still slowly increasing, but it will not accumulate to the point of drastic change in a short period of time. The little girl said and looked up at Zhou Zibai. But it is a little strange. It seems that before the disaster broke out, a considerable area of this planet was in a state of mild panic and chaos. What happened? Zhou Zibai did not even have to think to know what she was referring to. There are more disasters and diseases this year, especially the diseases. Almost a year has passed, and it has not stopped. Our country is considered very good, but other places, well, as you can see, chaos and panic. Indeed, it is calmer here. Coupled with this sudden disaster, it is not a good year and there is no peace. Jibai sighed softly. She looked down at the empty street below and looked at the red light of the traffic jam on the city's main road in the distance. The heavy rain washed away the noise. She could not hear, but she could feel the anxiety and uneasiness there. It was as if everyone was blindly fleeing, but did not know where to go. What are we doing here? Hui pointed at Feng and then at himself. As you said, the patient is resisting fiercely, but he doesn't want to cooperate with the treatment. We're holding down the struggling patient by force and letting someone forcibly remove the pain. Finally, we'll cleanse him to his heart's content. If everything goes well, we'll do that. Jibai understood immediately. It's a tranquilizer. Immune suppression. Hui spread out his hands. Something like that. Without saying anything, the self-sealing forced purification would lead to self-evident consequences. The consequences were mainly brought by themselves, so there was no way to use this method to deal with the chaotic energy of the 8 elements realm. If they were killed by the superstandard rules and order power that exceeded what an individual could bear, even the reincarnation would become a probability. The worst result was that they could not be restored or even reincarnated. The limit was very vague, but in the simplest way, this was the case for ordinary people killed by the chaotic energy and the God-level order power. The 8 elements realm was an exception. Even ordinary people in the 8 elements realm would not have such a thing happen because they had been immersed in an environment with strong rules for a long time, and their souls had adapted to the strength of the rules. Therefore, when they descended, they tried not to affect the affairs of the world and other worlds as much as possible. Just in case they accidentally killed someone, therefore, they could not forcibly interfere with the planet that was being eroded by the chaotic energy and the land that had suddenly erupted in disaster. Unless it was the last moment, when there was no better choice. Hui felt tired as he thought about it. Didn't we come down to have fun? Why do we have to be involved in this kind of thing? It was not easy to relax a little these days, but it is all back to square one because of this stupid thing. Feng, you are such a troublemaker. Yun Nuashing. Why did he suddenly get involved? Chapter 1794. It's raining. The dark and gloomy sky seemed to have skipped the afternoon and arrived at night. The dark clouds were boundless, and the light had disappeared. Only the lights in the city could not dispel the darkness and coldness here. This area had not seen rain for almost a month. It had just warmed up a little, but it began to cool down again. But there was a bad feeling. The heavy rain was an ordinary heavy rain, and the wind that blew had the feeling of winter. But what was this strange feeling? He felt that something was wrong. Nan Hang, have you seen my sweater? In the dormitory, Nan Hang turned his head to look at his roommate. At this moment, he had already wrapped himself up like a dumpling. Nan Hang could not help but complain. Weren't you just wearing a short-sleeved shirt 15 minutes ago? 10 minutes ago, you were only wearing an extra coat, and now you're wrapped up like a ball. 3-4. His roommate trembled as he hugged his quilt, looked at the dark sky outside the window, and rolled his eyes hard. God knows it will rain in winter. I personally felt the temperature drop, little by little. You didn't. Hiss. Close the window. The wind is leaking in the quilt. The window is closed, and the wind is coming in through the crack of the door. Nan Hang pointed at the door angrily. Where's your down? How could I bring down my down at this time? I didn't expect it to be so cold. No, why are you wearing a short-sleeved shirt and long pants below? Aren't you cold? Ah, it's okay. Nan Hang subconsciously pressed his chest and smiled bitterly. With the spiritual energy protecting his body, he really didn't feel much. As for the cold, it wasn't the cold on the outside, but the inside of his body was a little cold. It was an inexplicable feeling. It seemed that his body had been a little cold ever since he felt that something was wrong with the wind and rain. When will this rain stop? Didn't the weather forecast say that the probability of rain is 0? It also said that it will not rain in the next half a month. At most, the temperature will drop, but it's not time for the temperature to drop yet. His roommate played with the phone in his hand, shivering because of the cold. Damn it, it has been raining for more than 10 minutes, and the weather forecast at this time said that it will be cloudy. It looks like it's going to rain for a long time. Nan Hang muttered to himself and frowned slightly. What the hell? This slightly irritated, depressed, and restless feeling made him involuntarily want to do something. But after standing up and looking around the dorm, he could only sit down. Where are the class monitor and the others? Class monitor and the others just went out. I think they went to the gymnasium while you were standing on the rooftop in a daze. Nan Hang smiled bitterly. I was cultivating on the rooftop for a while. The rooftop is the only place in the entire dormitory building. Right? Speaking of the rooftop, he felt normal half an hour ago. Everything was normal. He was even planning what to eat and what to do tonight. But when he came back, in just a short while he felt that his spirit and the sky outside were covered by an unknown haze. Nan Hang stared blankly outside the window and stood up. Did you see outside the window just now? There seems to be a flash in the gymnasium. I didn't see anything. The rain is so heavy, I can't even see 5 meters away. Speaking of which, the class leader and the others haven't replied for half an hour. Oh, is there some kind of activity going on at the stadium? Let me see. His roommate swiped through his phone and shook his head after a moment. The group didn't say anything, but the department did tell us not to go out if it's raining heavily. Nan Hang, close the door if you're going out. It's so cold, What is this feeling? I can't describe it. Everything in the world seems to have fallen into a state of uneasiness. He was a cultivator. Even though he was only at the beginner level, he could clearly feel this strange feeling floating in the air. It's strange. This rain, strange. Everything is a bit strange. If the world itself is a concrete existence that can be described, can he think of this wind and rain as it roars and cries? Even though he didn't understand this feeling, he felt like he was crazy for charging into the rain and rushing all the way to the gymnasium in the rain. He was probably affected by that strange feeling. The lights in the gymnasium were still on, but he didn't feel anyone's presence. The class monitor and the others seemed to have left. No one would come here in a short period of time. This is completely crazy. I came here for nothing. Nan Hang smiled bitterly. He weighed whether to rush back to the dorms or hide here to hide from the rain. He decided to find a place to hide from the rain. The auditorium opposite the entrance of the stadium had become dilapidated at some point in time, and from the looks of it, it seemed to have been hit by something with a huge weight, and it should have fallen from the sky. He looked up at the ceiling of the gymnasium. It was intact. Forget it. Let's talk about it after the rain stops. Just as Nan Hang was thinking about this, he seemed to see a dim light emanating from the big pit in the auditorium. It was a faint golden light. It seemed to be the light he saw when he looked out of the dormitory's window. His curiosity prompted him to walk towards the auditorium. The large gymnasium was only illuminated by the lights hanging from the ceiling. It was empty. He didn't know why, but he felt a little uneasy at this moment. The sound of the rain outside seemed to have weakened a lot. When he walked into the gymnasium, he found some things he didn't see before. There were a dozen jackets scattered under the basketball hoop, 1 or 2 pairs of shoes, empty water bottles, and 2 or 3 basketballs on the edge of the court and the auditorium. The remaining traces seemed to tell him that there were people here just now, but they left in a hurry for some reason and didn't even have time to pack up their clothes. This is the class monitor's basketball. Nan Hang picked up the basketball closest to him and looked at it, then put it on the ground. He looked at the traces left behind by the people who suddenly disappeared. After looking for a while, he walked to the auditorium and stretched his neck to look down from the edge of the pit. Then his breathing suddenly stopped. A 1-meter-long thick metal cylinder was quietly lying at the bottom of the big pit. Its overall color was a very disturbing black. In the center, there was a wisp of golden light constantly flickering. It was as if this light had attracted him from his dormitory to this place. In addition, there was also a layer of thin black fog. He still remembered this fog. He had seen it once in Soaring Dragon Mountain. In other words, this 1-meter-long thick cylinder was the same as that thing. Although he didn't personally experience the horror of this thing, he completely remembered what Senior Hui said. If this thing fell into the sea, it could instantly turn the Pacific Ocean into a black ocean. In just one day, this little blue ball that was regarded as a treasure would become a little black ball. In short, this kind of thing isn't something I can deal with. At this time I should. Nan Hang slowly and carefully took a few steps back. He quickly took out his phone and dialed the number he got himself. Yo, Southern Sky Plane. In this special dark moment in the world, what's the matter? The sound of a strong wind and heavy rain came from the other end of the phone. Senior Huey's voice sounded as if it was a matter of course, which made him smile bitterly. It's Southern Air. No, please don't call me that. Nan Hang stroked his short bangs and smiled bitterly for a long time. He looked at the big pit. Actually, in my school, there suddenly appeared a shatter. Dong! A heavy sound exploded in his ear without warning. Hui grimaced and quickly took the phone away from his ear. He looked at the phone that showed that it was in a call, but Nan Hang's voice didn't come again. Hello? Where are you? Southern Air? Southern Air? After trying to call for a while, Hui raised his head with a strange expression and said to the few people who looked over, Some people talk and then disappear. What do you mean by disappear? Xiaolan was confused. This thing is still lit up, but there's no sound. Jibai, based on your experience, maybe something happened? Jibai responded without hesitation. Judging from the sound, the phone should have fallen on the ground. Although I think it might have been suddenly tied up, I didn't hear any more sound just now. So, it might be like what you said, it suddenly disappeared. Hui said, Oh. He thought about what he just heard and associated it with what happened suddenly. He almost had an answer in his heart. Where is Southern Air's school? Jibai looked in another direction. Jiang City University is in that direction. It's not too far from here. Okay. Hui nodded and patted Maple's back. Maple, stay here and don't walk around. I'll be back soon. That little guy might have encountered something. Maybe a piece of debris smashed into his school. It might have fallen near him and flattened him. Yun Nuashing. Why did he encounter fragments, one after another? Rule entanglement point? Well, it's probably just pure bad luck. Hui looked at him with strange eyes and joked. Maybe he's been in contact with you so much that he's been infected with some strange characteristics. Get out of here. Ha! Hui quickly took the little girl to Jiangjiang University. At this time, he was still acting as a tranquilizer. Although he could move, he could not count on other things. He had to ask another person for help. Watching Hui and the little girl disappear in the rain, Zhou Jibai turned her gaze and walked to Yun Nuashing. She carefully glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was untainted by the aura of the world. What's the situation now? Although she didn't know what had happened, the only thing she could be sure of was that something very bad was happening in the world at this moment. She was a cultivator, and Xiaolan next to her was the hidden guardian of Huaxia. But at this time they could only find a safe place to hide like ordinary people. What's the situation? Yun Nuashing murmured. On the surface, the state of chaos erosion is still slowly getting worse. Hui and I forcibly intervened to give this planet some time to breathe. However, the disasters that have broken out all over the world have no intention of stopping. It doesn't cooperate with us, and I don't know why. The little blue dragon girl was very nervous when she heard the hidden meaning in these words. What about the non-surface? If the root cause can't be solved quickly, the extinction of civilization, or the collapse of the existing human civilization system, choose one of the two. Neither of the two answers was good. Zhou Zibai and Xiao Lan shuddered when they heard it. Extinction, the collapse of the system. Almost both of them were terrible situations. It sounded very far away, very far away. Even in the past, when they inadvertently heard these words, they felt that these things were very far away from them. Xiaolan had also experienced the ancient times, the glory and decline of that era, until it was replaced. She had witnessed the development and changes of this world for more than 5,000 years. Even so, when she suddenly heard this answer from him, which was equivalent to the worst ending, she didn't know what kind of expression she should put on to welcome this sentence that was like a judgment. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and glanced at Xiaolan, who had a gloomy expression, and then turned his head back indifferently. He was used to it. Every day in the void, there would be the annihilation of the world's light. Countless civilizations and life races were swept into the destruction. In the places that they could reach, they had collected the last words of a civilization and a world. A reflection, a surviving plant, a handful of soil, a crystal ball that recorded the history of the world for hundreds of thousands of years, a part of the seeds of life, a few beasts, a few people. There were all of them. They were the part that escaped with difficulty under the erosion and destruction of the energy of chaos, the only left behind by the entire world. They were used to it. So even if the world was about to be destroyed in front of their eyes, it was difficult for them to feel anything. However, they tried their best to not let things develop like this. Whether it was him, Hui, Elan, and the others, they were trying their best to pull the world that was sliding into the abyss of destruction back from the edge of the cliff. Under normal circumstances, the four of them would have actually solved the problem. However, this world was not normal. Then, they could only say that they were unlucky. "Tell me, what can we do now?" The little blue dragon girl's golden eyes glittered in the rainy night. "What is it that I can do now?" "You can do anything you want, because it's not important." Yun Nuashing continued to speak in an indifferent tone. Before the premise of destroy or not is confirmed, it's useless to do anything. So you can do anything. You can go and save people. If the worst case scenario doesn't happen and you save people, then you've saved them. If it does happen, then it doesn't matter, because by then, there's nothing that matters anymore. So, the blue dragon girl clenched her teeth, her small fists white. Even I can only do something so insignificant? In reality, it's more or less the same. Yun Nuashing nodded slightly and looked to the other side. But I don't think you can even do that. Xiao Lan looked at him, puzzled, and followed his gaze to the rainy night. The storm that had lasted for almost an hour had caused chaos in a large area. The abnormal rainfall and the overflowing river made it look like the sea was pouring into the city. Some streets were submerged, and cars were trapped in the submerged streets as decorations. The people trapped in the cars looked at the submerged streets blankly, and they were suddenly in the middle of the river. The wind blew the heavy street signs away, and they rolled on the sidewalk. A person who was walking with his head down could not pay attention to what was in front of him, and by the time he reacted, he was already pressed to the ground by the heavy street signs. A person who lost his footing fell into a street that had become part of the river. The surging river brought a huge wave and swept him into the water, and he disappeared in an instant. On another street, someone was swept under a car, and the yellowish river had covered up to his shoulders, and it was still rising at a significant rate every minute. I don't think you deliberately asked me to pay attention to these things because you have a bad taste. Xiao Lan gritted her teeth, just as she was about to turn around, as if she was really going to listen to him and save people. Yun Nuashing reached out and pressed on her shoulder. He said faintly, "This kind of thing happened at the same time when the disaster happened. It's just that it's getting more and more intense. However, they don't need you to save them." The people who were trapped in the isolated island in the river were pulled to the side of the road by emergency ropes that spanned across the entire road. A few people suddenly appeared from all directions on a street that was almost empty just a moment ago. They worked together to lift the 2 to 3 meter long street signs and lifted the people who were pressed to the ground. Someone with sharp eyes quickly grabbed the people who were still floating in the river and pulled them onto a cart. With the concerted efforts of a dozen people, the cart that weighed 2 tons was lifted to the side, and the injured were sent to the nearest hospital as quickly as possible. "I think you're poisonous." Xiaolon could not help but roll her eyes at Yun Nuoxing. "Why are you deliberately looking at these things?" "I didn't deliberately look at them. I just happened to see them in passing." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. From the moment they forcibly intervened, their souls had already covered the entire little blue ball. They were using the power of laws and order that they could use to forcefully entangle with the energy of chaos and delay its invasion. So he saw these things in passing. They don't need you to save them. They don't need us to save them. They don't need any guardians. They don't need any gods. They don't need any prayers either. They're just fighting with all their might. There is no way for them to understand what the disaster that is suddenly happening at this moment is, because their energy is only enough for them to deal with all the drama that is happening at this moment. They need to deal with the things that are within their power, to save people, to help others along the way, or to stay in their place and not cause trouble for others. They need to cheer and encourage those who are suffering the same fate as them, so that those who are capable can unleash more power and deal with everything that is happening suddenly together. You and I are just outsiders. We should deal with things that are outside because they don't need us. You have the ability to get involved in this so-called small matter, but have you thought about what will happen after that? The impact it will have on this world. The Blue Dragon Girl was speechless. They were people who lived in seclusion. Their true forms were non-human beings. In the eyes of this world, they were existences of legends. To put it bluntly, they were anomalies and grotesques. They were not of our kind. She remembered something. About 1,000 years ago, she had gone out for a stroll out of boredom. She was inexplicably mistaken as an evil dragon that was the source of the calamity. After that, she found out that a calamity had happened at the border of the country where she had appeared. She was the scapegoat that had left her depressed for 1,000 years, and she rarely showed herself after that. Until now, they had become existences of fantasy to this world. So, what you are trying to say is that I can't help them or solve the root of the problem. I can't do anything. Is that what you mean? The Blue Dragon Girl could not help but smile bitterly. Humans don't need anomalies to save them. That's reality, the reality of this mortal world. Hui told me that. Yun Nuoxing nodded. That was true for this world. However, even in the divine realm, there had been incidents where they were opposed and treated as calamities because they could not be understood. He was very familiar with that as well. After all, life was the same no matter where it was, more or less. Life forms hidden in the darkness are only suitable to move in the dark and not appear in the light. Perhaps in their own eyes, it is correct to be a savior. I saved people. This is an act of my sincerity. If I treat others with sincerity, I will receive the same treatment. Hey, wake up, this is a dream. As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Interspecies communication under such circumstances would only cause greater chaos. The Blue Dragon Girl gritted her teeth and glared at him fiercely. Why do I feel like you are very experienced? It was just an act of naivety back then. It was like an impulsive act of a child who did not know the dangers of the world. As Xiaolon listened, she suddenly felt that something was not right. Her gaze changed. What happened after that? After that? His eyes that were glowing with a colorful luster appeared a little lost and confused. That was something that happened when he reincarnated in the lower realm. The same thing happened in the ancient era as well, the dark era. There was no such thing. Therefore, he felt that he might have been a little naive during the dark era. After that, there was no after. The sound of the apocalyptic karmic fire burning the world was quite pleasant to the ears. Yun Nuoxing suddenly chuckled. That was the first time Zhou Zibai and Xiaolon had heard him laugh. However, The words that came out of his mouth made them feel a little cold. "Ah, I digress." Yun Nuashing withdrew his smile. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the land that was covered in endless rain. Chaos was slowly unfolding. This world is just like that. The blue dragon girl pinched her own arm. After a moment of silence, she said, "You deliberately said that to stop me?" "Yes." "Why?" "After all, you are a young girl. Since the beginning, you have been looking at all of this with the eyes of wanting to do something. It is as if you are looking at your former, naive self." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and said, "However, if you insist on doing something, I will not stop you." Xiao Lan smiled bitterly when she heard that. What else could she do? However, if she did not do anything, how should she treat her identity? Chapter 1795. The Dark Age. Feng Ling of the Dark Age. Apart from the slight deviation in impression caused by his re-experience, he could feel that he was a little different from himself since he first returned to the Dark Age. It was as if the traces of Feng Ling's original journey had left in his soul were affecting him, but it was just a slight influence. It was as if he would occasionally make a choice that was slightly against his will, and sometimes he would seem to have become a different person. Those were the results of his Dark Age self having experienced nearly 100 eras. It was hard to understand, but he could just treat it as a sudden, childlike innocence. To put it bluntly, it was the Dark Age that did not experience those big and small things. From the beginning, he had chosen to come and go in a hurry, with the wind in his wake, and cover his ears, and no one loves him mode. From the beginning, he was relatively indifferent, which was in line with his future self. But it was not until a few eras had passed that he felt that the faint impression that remained in his soul had completely faded away. There was no difference whether it was the Feng Ling of the 56th era or the quarter moon of the ancient era. There was not much difference. From the beginning to the end, he was himself. As for the changes, perhaps there were, he himself could not say for sure. It was not something that was worth paying attention to. Anyway, he did not particularly care about the experience of countless lives on a planet. Whether it was destruction, survival, safety, or scares without danger, he was just like an outsider. Oh, he was originally an outsider, overlooking the things that happened in this world, and different. It did not matter whether he helped or did not do anything. It all depended on his mood. But for Elon and the other Protoss, they could not just sit back and do nothing. It was their duty to maintain the stability of the world of order. Worlds that had fallen into abnormalities and were about to be destroyed, especially worlds corrupted by the forces of chaos. They would pull them back even if they had to use all their strength. Well, now that he was in a good mood, he could at least help a little. Just treat it as paying rent. Although that was what he said, he still hoped that he could simply tear the seal and do it in one go. You will really vaporize this little sapphire in one go. 1 second. Hui sighed faintly. Yun Nuashing. If it was during normal times, even if they did not seal themselves in the lower realm, casually using their power would not cause such a big commotion. But now, they were in a state of war frenzy. Not only Feng, even he himself could not control himself. Now he was using his full strength under the state of seal. There was no trace of suppression at all. His body could only output at full strength. He thought to himself that anyone else would be in the same situation. After maintaining a full power outburst of energy for 5 eras, he did not believe that anyone would be able to return to their original state just by stopping all of a sudden. The few people with the best control in the world of order had already said that they had completely lost control. Not to mention the others. Even the heavenly god of origin would tremble for a few 100 years. The corruption of the forces of chaos was a phenomenon that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. Even if their eyes could directly see everything in the void, they would not be able to observe the process. To clearly identify the entire process, they would need to use the 3 major powers of order, law, and space simultaneously to analyze a region in all aspects simultaneously. With their current situation, they could indeed observe it they should have been able to. However, as mentioned earlier, this world was not normal. The world core of this world was not cooperating with them at all. It would have been fine if it did not cooperate. They could have used their own power. But when it expressed that it was not cooperating, it even blocked the doors and windows in the house and sealed it tightly, not even leaving a gap for them. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that they felt that the world core was being ridden by chaos. What's the situation now? Mild corruption. 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 7 seconds to moderate corruption. Yun Nuashing looked up at the world against the wind. How are things on your side? Where's the little one? He's gone. Hui and the little girl stood at the edge of the auditorium. They picked up a phone that had fallen on the ground and saw that it was still in a call. They confirmed that it was the phone left behind by Southern Airlines. The thing is still here, but the person is gone, and it should be taken away by the shard. That's the only possibility. The little girl's voice followed his words. She beckoned Hui to come over and pointed at the crater in the auditorium. The shard. Phone, I saw it. This place was indeed hit by the shard. Only the shard is suspicious here, Hui said through the soul transmission. He fell into the crater with the little girl and fiddled with the dim shard. After a moment, he continued, It seems to be a shard with a storage space. The little one might have been taken into that space. Yun Nuashing was stunned. A storage space infected by the presence of chaos? I think you'd better go in quickly. Otherwise, you'll only be collecting his corpse. I know. I'll go in now. After Huey's voice disappeared, the soul seeds of the two trembled. Then the connection was restored. It seemed that they could still continue to communicate through the soul across space. However, there was a small obstacle. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked down at the entire land of Jiang City. His gaze continued to spread into the distance. This blue planet was still experiencing frequent disasters. The places that had not had the time to experience disasters had already been covered. The places that had already been hit by natural disasters were gradually increasing in intensity. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Under the constant shaking of the void and the wind of chaos, everything had fallen into chaos. However, the billions of lives on the surface were still resisting and struggling. Until now, not many people had noticed that this was abnormal. They were all trying their best to struggle. How could they have the time to care about other aspects? Ilan, you'd better hurry up. Yun Nuashing raised his head and let out a long sigh of relief. He was just muttering to himself. He left in a hurry and did not leave the two people with the means to contact him across space. Now, he did not know where they were and what they were doing. However, they must be doing their best to stop the boiling of the power of chaos. In that case, he did not need to pay too much attention to them. He just needed to trust them. They were the Protoss of the 3 elemental realms. At the North Pole, in a place that was dyed black by the aura of chaos, the cloaked girl submerged herself into the water. Using only a pair of slender hands and the divine power of the Protoss, she was fighting against the chaos. The entire North Polar Sea was stirred into a mess. The huge fragment that was hidden deep below became restless when it sensed her arrival. There was a volcano in the southern hemisphere. Fire and lava rain scattered all over the sky. The scorching smoke scattered in all directions from hundreds of thousands of meters high in the sky. It was like a meteor shower that fell within a radius of a few thousand meters. Smoke rose from the ground. Black gas lingered around. A large number of wild animals died in batches because of this sudden disaster. The strong wind blew away the volcanic ash that filled the sky, revealing Elon who existed within it. She was as well as a huge fragment that was 2 meters in front of her. The aura of chaos had already entangled with her divine power. Prioritize sending the ordinary people out. The soldiers have already propped up a bridge of life in front of us. Our mission is to strengthen this bridge. Then let everyone safely evacuate from here. No one can fall. Do you hear me? Ha! Louder, louder. Why are you speaking so softly? Did you not eat? Can you still be considered as cultivators? You want to save the world by speaking so softly. Sir, other than here, most of the people in other places are stuck in the flooded areas. We need more people to support us. We need boats. No boats. No one. Even if there are boats, they can't come in. Use all the available forces around you. Think of a way yourselves. If you don't have a way, then use your head to smash a way out for me. You are allowed to use your own strength. This is a special situation. You are allowed to use it. This can't go on. The disaster happened without any warning and without any time. It is impossible to evacuate millions of people under such an abnormal situation. Sir, the sea level has risen by almost a meter. The coastal areas are in danger. When the young man in blue heard that Uncle Lou had no time to respond to him, he scratched his head in distress. The lights on the ceiling had flickered for the 7th time or the nth time. The ground was shaking. He didn't know which province or city the earthquake's aftermath had affected this place. He felt that the source of the earthquake seemed to be getting closer and closer. It was shifting from the inland area to the coastal area. Fortunately, the earthquake was not particularly strong now. Fortunately, my ass. The inland earthquake and the coastal sea level were rising by the minute. Looking at the sea, the tsunami seemed to have strengthened from the initial insignificant to the initial scale. Was this world going to be finished? Or was it going to be messed up? No, I can't do anything now. The young man in blue jumped to his feet. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Something was happening. Something was madly sweeping across this sapphire-like planet. It was going to destroy the shining light of this planet. He did not know where this feeling came from, but it seemed to have been there for a long time. That's right, it was a feeling that he had felt a few eras ago. Is it because of that crisis? Is it the same as that time? But this time, this weak world has come into contact with the power of chaos. The young man in blue shuddered and came back to his senses. He grabbed his phone and found Yun Nuashing's number. He dialed the number, and it was picked up within a few seconds. This speed gave him an even worse feeling. Senior phone. This world. Chaos corrosion, mild corrosion. It is less than 50 minutes away from moderate corrosion. The other side seemed to know what he wanted to ask and threw an answer at him. It was indeed this stupid thing. But how could this weak world provoke the power of chaos? What would happen to a world of this energy level after being contaminated by the power of chaos? The young man in blue rubbed his forehead in distress. Is there no other way? We're trying to save them. As for the result, the voice on the phone paused for a moment. The sound of a violent wind rang for 2 seconds before Senior Maple's voice sounded again. We can only depend on the luck of this planet. Can't we release the power of the 8 elements realm? Yes, but the result of us releasing the power is equivalent to the destruction caused by the deep corrosion of chaos. The civilization system of this planet will collapse. The young man in blue almost collapsed on the chair with a toothache. In other words, releasing the power of the 8 elements realm might purify 1 or 2 billion people at the same time. Yes, that was the power of the peak of the origin realm and the primeval realm. It was a legendary power that even he could not compare to. If he released it casually, it would cause indiscriminate destruction. So we can only use the slow method to save them. What are we going to do? What can we do? The fragments I told you about last time, they have all erupted. I don't know if you have found them. Just clean them up and purify them. But in their current state, it will be difficult to deal with them even if you find them. We will only know after we try. The reclusive guardians of your country were traumatized by an ordinary fragment. It hasn't disappeared after 5 years. What can you do?" The young man in blue was speechless. He smiled bitterly. The reclusive guardians were special life forms left behind from ancient times. They were not human beings. They would be fine if nothing serious happened. According to Uncle Lou, they were comparable to the immortals among mortals. They were the strongest beings allowed to appear on this planet. However, in front of the power of chaos, they were still nothing. They might not even reach the threshold of a measurement unit. "Well, we can't do anything about it." "Then what kind of damage will it cause if it reaches the medium level of corrosion?" It's not easy to talk about this topic. It's like I don't know what it's like when a son has a stomachache. To put it simply, where would it sink, where would it explode, and where would it go wrong? No place would be spared. At present, the space where humans live is experiencing all the meteorological disasters you have recorded. This planet's self-regulation system is finished along with its own consciousness. When it reaches the medium level of corrosion, the entire planet's order defenses would be on the verge of shattering, and the destructive power of the chaos presence would multiply. Of course, no one would feel it. No one would feel it. In the end, it could only be attributed to a sudden collective outbreak of natural disasters. I read some books about this. I've read books on this world that mention something about the end of the world a few years ago. It's quite an interesting idea, and I'll use that as the standard to tell you about it. The void class calamity caused by chaos corruption would be 100 times more destructive and faster than the apocalypse you've proposed. As for the worst outcome, what could be the worst for this planet? Everything would simply be pulverized and the planet would be reduced to dust billions of years ago. Or worse, perhaps even the sun or even the system itself would be affected by the dust tainted by chaos energy. But by then it would no longer matter because your little blue ball would be gone. The young man in blue fell to the ground, his face gray and unwilling. Was there no other way? The most important person to him was still in this world. What if I unleash my soul? Your soul has been affected by the chaos energy of the 8 elements realm once. It is in a fragmented state. It took a few reincarnations to glue part of it back together. There's not much power left in it. Even if you unleash it, it would be useless. Isn't that a dead end? Finally, he could not help but roar. Why can't I do this or that? Isn't this a death wish for this little planet? Why would a world with the lowest energy level in the lower plane of the 3 elements realm provoke the chaos energy? The void is joking. The voice from the phone stunned the young man in blue. He calmed down a little and opened his mouth, but there was no expression on his face for a long time. He could not even make a sound. The void is unreasonable. If you really want to know why, you can only say that you are unlucky and that your fate is fixed. Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, when the Protoss were confused by the chaotic void, they encountered the erosion of the chaos. There were only 2 people who could be used. As for them, forget about them. They were just here to be bystanders. It was just a coincidence that they encountered this play and were forced to open for business. They were the most dangerous, flammable, and explosive object in the void. He had fought with Hui for 5 eras. He did not know the extent of mercy. The little girl had run tens of thousands of laps in the entire Diyuan realm. Her situation was probably similar to theirs. To be honest, 50% of the living beings in the world of order in the 8 elements realm were lunatics. The remaining 50% was divided equally among all living beings. They were the small group standing at the top of the lunatics. They were the group of people who were crazy to the extreme. It could be said that there was nothing normal about them except for their sanity. If they were to help others repair the ceiling, they would probably turn the foundation into a big pit. Do what you can. Not the you in the 8 elements realm, but the you at this moment. Although I don't know what your identity and status is in this world, if you want to do something, just do it. Instead of hesitating, it's better to take action now. At least you won't regret it in the future. However, don't be stupid because it's useless to be stupid. You will only cause trouble for others. The young man in blue smiled bitterly. Although these were very serious words, he still felt a little pain in his liver after hearing them. The phone floated to the side and no longer made any sound. He didn't know what the young man in blue had gone to do. He probably went to do something that was within his power. The strong wind and heavy rain smashed on the ground in tons. The dark clouds blotted out the sky, and the heavy rain that tore the world apart fell into the world with thunder. This weather disaster was so abnormal that no one needed to remind them. Finally, everyone felt that something was wrong. However, as mentioned earlier, no one had time to think about these abnormalities. What they needed to do was to save their own lives. The people outside continued to run for their lives, while the people inside tried their best to reinforce their locked doors and windows. They heard a series of pitter-patter sounds in the wind and rain, as if they would be blown away by the strong wind in the next second. Clang! With a wave of his hand, a window flew out of nowhere, and the whole frame flew out together with it. Many daily necessities appeared in the wind and rain. Plastic toys, dolls, wind chimes, rubber balls, basketballs, volleyball, boxers, clothes that had not been unpacked, milk powder cans. He felt that many strange things were floating out together. He didn't know which room's window was destroyed to cause so many things to roll out. He hoped that the people inside the room were fine. Sea and sky still. The little blue, draconic girl beside him suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Dense water droplets appeared on her body and rushed into the sky in a few seconds, gathering into a water ball in the clouds. Then it began to extract the water in the air, causing the stormy waves that hit Jiang City to stop a little. It was only a little. It probably changed from a heavy rainstorm to a heavy rainstorm, but it only slightly suppressed the momentum of the heavy rain. The wind did not seem to have any intention of stopping at all. Ugh, damn it. If our people were still here, let alone a heavy rainstorm, even if a water ball the size of a planet came crashing down from the sky, we would be able to resist it. Little Blue saw that the effect of her actions was almost negligible and stomped her feet hatefully. A power related to water. Yunuashing tilted her head slightly, seeing Little Blue nod. She asked again, "Then what about your people?" "They're all gone. After the changes in the ancient era, most of them had fallen. The rest had also passed away when the time came." The little blue, draconic girl clenched her fists so tightly that her arms turned white. "I'm the only one left." She suddenly thought of something. She grabbed his arms with both hands and stared at him with her golden eyes. If you're a god, you must have a way. You don't have to do anything personally, but if I pray to you, can't you? So, even if I told you all that, you still insist on." Yunuashing looked straight at her and stopped halfway. He turned his gaze away from her eyes. "I'm not the god, you know. Our system is different. Even if you pray to me, I won't be able to respond to you normally. Besides, do you know what I represent?" Little Blue was stunned. "This is really important. What kind of god are you?" "Who knows?" Yunuashing shook his head. He himself did not know what he was. "I can only tell you that I represent—" He hesitated for a moment as a figure flashed across his mind. He slowly said, "I represent destruction. So, even if I respond to your prayers under normal circumstances, I might not be able to help you survive this calamity." Is that so?" Little Blue laughed bitterly. She could not help but tighten her grip on his arms. Even so, she was not willing to give up. However, Yunuashing turned his head and looked down at the world once again. If everything went according to plan, if everything could be resolved quietly in the dark, if nothing could be disturbed, then it would not be a joke in the void. Unfortunately, nothing in the void would go according to plan. This time, the little blue ball had skipped all the steps and directly fought against the power of chaos. It was the worst joke in the void.